Hello everyone, this is our FIL studio live coming at you all behind the scenes. My name is Kate Hansen and we're joining you in Winterberg. It's been really cool to kind of stop into town. There's so many ski hills. There's a ski lift right here. We've got a ski lift over here. We've got someone, I've seen this has been me many times, pulling and being the one that's been pulled. I feel you, sister. You're doing great. You're doing incredible. Winterberg is such a cool town. So the track is right over here. It's a little behind us. The track is between all of these ski hills. I was trying to look at a ski map. I think there's like 8 to 10 lifts. It's crazy. So we're about 2 hours out of Frankfurt. We're in the northern part of Germany, where it's notoriously a little more flat, but Winterberg is just a little ski destination. A lot of tourists come here, and we're hearing a lot of Dutch as well. Super cool. We're by the Netherlands border. So Winterberg is just kind of a big melting pot of people coming to hang out. So like I said, the Luge track, excuse me, I almost said ice track. The Luge ice track is dropped right in the middle of all of these ski hills. There's a cool mountain bike park in the arena. Sonnes. Winterberg, just a cool place to be. So let's catch you up to what's been going on. So after Christmas, we had a Disegulda. Then we had Oberhof World Championships. Germany did an incredible job. They took home majority of the medals. We heard the German anthem many a time. And then last week, we were in Altenburg, which also the Germans, they carried that momentum into Altenburg. They took it. Eger Benneken took it doubles. Max Langenhahn took it with singles. Julia Talbot's the hometown girl. She had her family there, which was really cool. She took it for women's singles, but it was the lone, I almost said Austrian, it was the lone Italian women's doubles team of Futter and Oberhofer. They kind of punctured through that little bubble of Germans and they took gold within women's doubles. So it was really cool to see. But we're headed into Winterberg. And we're actually giving out our sprint championship this weekend. So it's the last sprint of the season, and they're going to be giving out those cool globes. It's the globes, the trophies that everybody has been wanting to get. We'll get a cool look at them going into the weekend. But so we've got sprint this weekend, and then there's only 2 World Cups after this left. We're going to go to St. Moritz, and then we're going to come back for the final World Cup here in Winterberg, where everybody's going to be duking it out for the overall. So we're excited to be here in Winterberg. If you didn't catch us last week in Altenburg, and you don't really know what I'm talking about, here's a look at highlights so we can catch you up to speed to what we're looking at going into this weekend.
The EBERSPÄCHER FIL World Cup continues with stop number 6, Altenburg, Germany. Action opens up with the men's doubles and the Latvian team, which makes their way down into the lead and helps prevent a Germany 1-2-3 sweep as they led with 2 teams remaining. Next up, the Tobies, the 6-time Olympic gold medalists, Wendel and Alt. Would they take the lead? They do. By a pretty wide margin, it's Germany leading Latvia. As we've said week in and week out, year in and year out, the greatest rivalry in the sport right now are the 2 German doubles teams. And Eger Benneken have a skid at the finish, but had a big lead as they capture the title, picking up where they left off. Last week they won their 5th consecutive World Championship, and now they win their 53rd career World Cup title. It's Germany, Latvia, Germany in the standings. Speaking of standings, the World Cup has Wendel and Alt leading Eger and Benneken, while the overall points with the sprint have Tony and Sasha on top. Now to women making their first ever World Cup appearance in Altenburg. And it was the 3 teams that have dominated all season long that did so again on this day. Egla and Kipp of Austria in first place with their 2 big rivals still to come. Like the Austrians, the Italians have won 3 World Cup races so far this season. And here are Team Italy, Fetta and Oberhofer into first place with a track record. Could they hang on? Well, it was left up to Degenhardt and Rosenthal. Last week, they won their 2nd consecutive World Championship. This week, on Jesse's home track, they could not take the World Cup title. So victory number 4 on the season for the Italians. The big 3 continue to finish on the podium each week and continue to run away with the points in the World Cup standings. Vetter and Oberhofer on top with 4 races remaining. Now we move to the women's singles. And just as it was at the World Championships in Oberhof, this was a Deutschland, Deutschland, Deutschland party. 1, 2, 3 for Germany as Anna Bierreiter, the newly crowned world champion, makes her way down into the lead. Then it's the World Cup leader, Diana Eitberger. Could she better Bierreiter? She falls just behind by 23 thousandths of a second. But this day belonged to the woman on her home track, a one-time world champion, a two-time World Cup overall title winner, Julia Taubitz. She mastered the Altenburg course, and even though she couldn't make it fully up the outrun, she was smiles all the way up as she walked to the cheers of the spectators. Taubitz takes the day, and for the time being, she takes over the lead in the World Cup overall. Next stop, Winterberg, Germany. Day number 2 in Altenburg, by far the best weather day of the weekend, following a day of rain and a day of mixed precipitation. The men's singles competition wound its way down. Italy's Dominik Fischneller in 4th place after the first run took over the lead. Then it was Felix Locke, the reigning sprint world champion from the week before. Locke has won several times on this track, but had several skids on his way down in run number 2 and fell behind the Italian. But on this day, Max Langenhahn of Germany was all unto himself, dominating the field with the fastest runs in each of the heats, including a track record. Max Langenhahn, by far the hottest luger in the world right now. Since coming back from a hand injury, he has had a 2nd place and 2 victories to go along with 2 podiums at the World Championships. Langenhahn wins the day, but it's Fischneller still leading in the overall World Cup standings with 4 races remaining. Locke is 2nd, Wolfie Kindle currently in 3rd place, both within striking distance. The weekend in Altenburg concluded with the team relay competition. Austria had a very early start time because the Austrians are coming off 2 consecutive did not finishes at the relays in Sigulda. So they established themselves early with the single sleds of Egla and Kindle, and then the doubles team of Mueller and Frausche put an exclamation point on a very solid time, 2:23.742, as the Austrians then would just sit and wait with still 6 teams remaining. Could they hang on? Well, as always, the Germans, with 44 career World Cup victories in relay, had something to say about it. But Taubitz came in slower than Egla. Could Langenhahn make up the time? Not quite enough. So it was left up to the doubles team, Tony Egert and Sasha Bennekin. They won on Saturday. They were fast on Sunday, but not fast enough, as they fell behind the Austrians with just 2 teams remaining. In fact, just 1 team at this point, Latvia, the current World Cup leaders, would also fall behind the Austrians in the early going. Vitola could not catch them. Christers Apriods, a 1/4 of a second back. What could the doubles team of Bots and Pluma do? The last sled down on this long weekend, and they fell behind both Austria and Germany. Latvia into 3rd place as Austria captures the team relay. A great comeback for the Austrian team, who had 2 DNFs, as mentioned, in Latvia. Austria wins the competition, but look how tight the Team Relay World Cup standings are. A tie right now between Latvia and Germany with 2 races remaining.
Environmental friendly heating with renewable energy. That's what the name H. Gassner has been standing for 4 decades. maximum heating comfort, innovative technology and lowest emission standards. A heating system from Hagasner can be recognized by one thing above all: decades of reliability. Whether pellets, logs or wood chips, change to a biomass heating solution by Hagasner. Biomass heating technology.
All right, this is Double Start. We formally welcome you. I know, do you like it? Schönes. Thank you so much. That's head coach Locke right there. So I put on my glitter today. The U.S. girls, they have a thing they call Glitter Gang. You'll see it on all of the U.S. women. Every race weekend, they'll put it on just to kind of bring their vibes up, and it's just fun, and sometimes other countries wear it too. So I decided to join in today, and it's just so fun. I did this a few weeks ago, but I forgot to point it out, so it just looked like a weird smudge on my face. But today, now you know it's here. So here's Double Start. Let's take a look around. Everybody, welcome to my crib. This is the Americans over here. This is where our TV is. Everybody is going to be watching, glued to this. This is how they're going to show all the races. And then we just have sleds lined up for the women's doubles race. So today's a little different because normally they will combine the men's and women's doubles event. And what that means is you'll usually have like all the men's sleds up here and the women's sleds, but they've divided it today because the women deserve their own race. So it's kind of fun. So today it's a little bit of a smaller crowd. I believe I don't know how many sleds there are today, but it's actually going to be a pretty quick run before we meet you for the in-between the race run. So the one thing that's different for the women today, what they've been working with, is that now that they're on the senior circuit, because again, this is their first kind of inaugural year, this is their first inaugural year on the senior circuit. And so what the difference is they used to start at the bottom of the ramp right here. I don't know if the camera can fully show. So when there's like new disciplines or new athletes, they will actually work them up the track. They don't immediately throw them off the top because that would be terrifying. So they normally were racing from the bottom. And what that means is you have to have a fast start to be fast because it's so flat. So you don't really get a nice ramp to like propel you down. It's full just strength pulling into it. But now for this World Cup, the women get to make this beautiful hike up to Mount Everest, and they are at the top of the ramp right here. So it makes it a little different. The speed going into start curve is different. You can't see it, but trust me when I say this, that there's actually like a horn that juts into the track right here. We're going to talk about it a little later with our show this weekend, but you have to navigate around that, and you have to get the right angle, or else you can totally flip, and that's not fun either. So it's going to be interesting for the women. They've never raced from up here, so I don't know. It's going to be kind of fun to watch. So anyways, you can see it's a little chill right now. We have our volunteers over here. This is the scale that the athletes are going to be jumping on. We've got our temperatures right here. The weather in Winterberg tends to be like this. This is pretty average for Winterberg. Little like rainy, misty. So it does affect it does affect the ice greatly, especially if they've been racing on harder ice. So it's just a little different. But when I walked up here to doubles today, one thing I noticed that I thought was so cool, which I don't think other people will think this is cool, but Latvia's bags right here I think are so fun. It's so smart because usually sled bags are just a big sock. They'll just like put it right over, but they've developed this Latvian technology where it opens up, velcros, and zips around the steels. You can see right there, which is cool. It keeps the sled warm, but then they can keep their steels out to the temperature to get it. Hi, Shosh. They can keep the steels out so they can get temperature regulated. So I just thought that was really cool from the Latvians. So yeah, I'm trying to think what else. I had a few thoughts I want to share today. But anyway, so the women have been inside. The current leaders, that's what I want to talk about. So current leaders, it's been an incredible season for Andrea Futter and Marianne Oberhofer. I actually pulled up the times on my phone. I mean, not the times, the leaders on my phone, because I want to talk about it. This is cool. So I'm trying to see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 more races that are going to give points to the overall championship. So currently leading is Italy. Futter and Oberhofer, they both slide singles outside of this, but they have just done incredibly well on a double sled. They've won 1, 2, 3, 4. See, this is what I'm looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4 races. So everything with 100 points. You probably can't see it on there, but you can look this up on the FIL Luge website. They've won 4 World Cups this season. Incredible. They are up ahead with 700 points. And then right behind them is Egla and Kip with Austria. They've won 3 races. So not too far back behind, but I'm kind of surprised when I looked this up. I thought Germany would be in second because they've done so well, but Degenhardt and Rosenthal, Jessica Degenhardt, Cheyenne Rosenthal, they're actually sitting in third, not far behind the Austrians. So it's going to be tight racing. It just depends if Futter and Oberhofer, they're feeling the heat because they've done so well. But it's so cool. They're a part of history. It's the first year it's on tour. So to win the overall cup the very first year is super awesome. I want to show you this really quick. She was just doing a warm-up. This is Egla right here, who's currently sitting in second. She was doing a warm-up. She'll probably maybe she won't. She's right here. But what happens is they have these bands out, and they'll pull on them to help with their initiation with the start. So everyone does like specific start warm-ups. And so a lot of times for these athletes, they'll have bands out, and they're trying to pull and power through with their hips because that's how you get the sled moving from the top. So I want to talk about the track real quick. We're going to show you a cool POV video in just a second, but Winterberg track, not the hardest on tour, not the easiest. It's pretty flat up top. Why that matters is because any little mistake really can change everything because you don't have enough speed to make up your mistake. So the speed doesn't really come till about curve 9, 10, 11. So for these women, they're really going to want to be quiet on the sled at the top of the track. That's where a lot of time will bleed. And then by the time they catch speed, the track ends. So it's a hard track. You can get down, but it's harder to be fast on. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I think I can't really take any guesses as to who's going to win, but I do know that this is Cheyenne Rosenthal's home track. She is the bottom woman for Degenhardt and Rosenthal, and I'm sure that she gave a lot of speed secrets. I'm sure she opened up a lot of info about the track to her teammate. So to take you down the track, we have Siobhan Forgan, which she did our POV video for us, but she did tell me that her mom was a big fan of the show. So Jackie Forgan, you're watching in Massachusetts. I'm sure you're watching in the middle of the night. Want to give a shout out to you. And we got your daughter to do the POV for us, and she's going to take you through the track and all the hard parts about the track. So here's a POV video if you've never been down Winterberg. Okay, so we roped down one of the most important people that makes this whole World Cup go around. This is Maria Louisa.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
This is true. Let me give you a little.
Winterberg. Okay, so this is from the top of the track. I'm going to be telling you about the track, but I've never actually been from this start. So I'm just going to do my best. All right, this is a pretty steep and long start ramp. It's not too tricky. This is curve This is curve 0. A lot of the athletes struggle with this curve because it's sort of like nothing right after the start too, so that's a little tricky. We're going into curve 1. It's very short, pretty simple up here. This is curve 2. This is kind of where it starts to get tricky. It's very flat through here, so everything that happens is very important. This is a really long curve, and you can sort of see when athletes are looping through there. That's a lot of time. We are into curve 3, back to a smaller curve. Not a lot going on in here, just trying to find some speed. Into 4. This is also where the double start starts from, so I'm getting a little bit more familiar now. Again, it's all very flat up here, so it's very technical when you're trying to find time. We're going into curve 5. Not a lot happening, still just very flat. Quickly into curve 6. This is an important curve because it sets you up for Kreisel. This Kreisel is a little different than other Kreisels on the track on different tracks because it's so close to the top. So you're going very slow through here. Well, very slow relatively. And it's, again, still pretty flat. We're going into curve 8. And then this is curve 9. This one is actually where I think it starts to get fun. This curve drops a lot, and you can kind of feel yourself picking up speed in here. This sort of just looks like a continuation of 9, but it's actually curve 10. Me from double start, I barely get onto this curve. From men's start, I'm guessing you get on a little bit more. 11 is a longer curve. You can sort of see when athletes are looping in here again, so you can tell when people are offline. We're going fast now. Into 12, this is the start of the labyrinth. It's a small labyrinth, but this is really a lot of fun down here. Curve 13, and then the big finish curve. This goes super uphill. It's a really long curve. Sometimes you'll see athletes flip off the end. We have done that before. It's not fun. This was Siobhan Forgan. I am a doubles athlete with Sophie Kirkby, and this was Winterberg track.
Okay, there you have it. The ins and outs of this track from a real athlete that goes down on a real sled. What you're seeing on TV just looks like it's really simple because these humans are professional and they do really well, but it is a complicated track. But I'm excited to see how this will unfold. Women's doubles is coming up in just a little bit, but I've got my commentator in the booth, but her co-commentator currently isn't here, stuck in traffic. That's what happens. We're figuring it out. But Bree, you're in the booth with me. What are you feeling about this race?
Hey, thanks, Kate. Yes, I am in the booth alone and waiting on my doubles luge partner, Elsa Desmond from Ireland. And I've got a great view here, though. So this commentary booth overlooks the finish, so I can see the athletes as they come off the track. I can also see the Zeal curve, the finish curve down there, so it's one of the more spectacular spots to commentate from, trying to decide between watching the screen and watching what's actually happening live. But I've also got a great view of the weather, and it's very Winterbergy down here. It's pretty socked in. We've got a lot of clouds. The humidity is 91%. That's some grade A humidity here in Winterberg, but the weather this week has been amazing, so can't complain. Saw sun in Winterberg. That's maybe a first in 20 years. I'm excited to have my co-commentator Elsa Desmond with me. She's going to be a great host and help us with this tour guide of Winterberg in the first of actually 2 races here. So, Kate, that's the report from the booth. I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thank you so much for the report. I agree with you with the weather. If you see Winterberg, if you see sun in Winterberg, that's a win for the last however many years, because it normally is like this. I was even talking to Robin Goike yesterday. He's with Team Germany with Goike and Gem, the doubles team, and he was saying, and yesterday was clear weather, so it was a little colder, and he was like, yes, this is even cold. This is even cold for us. So we're dealing with the weather, and it does change the ice. So a little bit of breakdown of that. So when the ice is hard, it's going to be faster, but there's less traction. When the humidity's up like today, the ice is going to be soft, which means there's more traction, but you're probably not going to be going as fast. And so every sled is going to change their steels according to that. So sometimes they want to angle more sharp into the ice because as we can see with this is the Latvian sled. They're down with us showing it. So they're angled into the ice, the runners are. They're not flat like skis. They're like completely angled. So depending on the ice conditions is you'll change like, okay, we want a higher angle or we want a less angle. And all of that is a sliding scale of fast, and it's like fast and no control or slow and all the control. So they're trying to kind of figure out, that's actually the best way I could explain it. I've tried to explain this so many years to my parents when I was sliding, like how to do this, but it's a sliding scale. So if you have one end really fast but no control, really slow but total control, every athlete is trying to find in there what works best for them, because if they're at a track where they're not sliding as well, they're going to want to go more towards this end where they're going to have more control and maybe not be as fast, because then if they go here, they're for sure going to crash and not do as well. So it just depends on what they're feeling. Whereas if they are more confident, they're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna be on the edge. Not, I mean, that's a figure of speech, but like I'm gonna be, I guess I can't use that because it's double entendre with the edge of the steel, but I'm gonna push it and try and go faster, but I may crash. We talked to Alexander Ferlazzo from Australia. This happened to him in Oberhof, where he was saying, he was like, I was feeling confident, so I wanted to push it and I wanted to go for it. And he was doing really well, but then he ends up crashing. So a lot of these crashes aren't necessarily because they're not good athletes. It's because their setup, they were trying to really go for it. So there's a whole technology behind sleds that can either be really awesome if you're Shorsh Hackle and you know everything about sleds, or it can be really tough if you don't have the knowledge around sleds. So anyways, we've got women are warming up inside. All of our, I was going to call them spectators, not spectators. Our FIL people, our volunteers, they're getting prepped on how to do this because they're going to have a long day. They're going to be out here. And this humidity, we'll have to see like how much it changes with the ice. We'll keep you posted on the ice conditions. Currently, we're at negative 3.6. It's gotten colder. So yeah, I mean, but this is more what coaches want to think about, because if someone gets DQ'd because of sled temps, that's a coach's problem, not an athlete's problem. But first sled coming up right now, Latvia. And they have this nice little pad on the ground because they don't want to scuff up the front of the coffins, because they put tape over that, because that's the first thing that hits air. Like that's the first aerodynamic thing as they're going down. So they tape over every crack, every paint chip, and so they're trying to keep the sled nice and warm. So volunteers, they're going to go ahead and do a temperature check, make sure that it's within the limits, and then that coach is going to hike that sled all the way up. And these sleds are heavy, about 30 kilos for a double sled. This ain't no joke. These things are heavy. And then the women, they're inside, they're going to meet them at the top, and then they're going to pull off, and we're going to get started. So we've got 10 sleds today. Excuse my French earlier. I didn't know how many sleds, but been confirmed we have 10 sleds today. So we're going to see you very shortly in about 15 to 20 minutes, and we will be at the finish, and then we'll break down the run and we'll talk all about it. So World Feed is getting ready. We want you guys to go ahead and switch over to the World Feed onto our other YouTube channel, and we're just a few minutes away. So grab some coffee, hang out, and then yeah, we're excited. Women's doubles from the top of the ramp, first time ever. So this is cool. So switch on over to the World Feed and we'll see you on the other side.
So, 4 Minuten sind es übrigens noch bis zum Start. Wir können start in 4 minutes. Und Jürgen, du kennst das natürlich auch schon. Ja? Offizielle Weltcups beginnen immer mit der offiziellen Hymne des entsprechenden Verbandes. Das ist in unserem Fall die FIL, die Fédération Internationale de Luge. Und somit beginnen wir den EBERSPÄCHER Rennbogen-Weltcup mit der offiziellen Hymne der FIL. We're gonna start the EBERSPÄCHER World Cup in the 15th Ice Arena with the official anthem of the FIL. Offizielle Hymne der FIL, und jetzt sind es noch 3 Minuten bis zum Start. We're gonna start in 3 minutes.
Guck, ist auch da. Gut.
Zwei Minuten bis zum Start. We're gonna start in 2 minutes.
Where should I stay and waiting for outlets?
And the number one is.
Ah,
You
okay.
stay there. This time without
Okay. Deal. Yeah.
not sitting, you know.
Eine Minute bis zum Start. We're gonna start in 1 minute 45 seconds. Erster Wettkampftag EBERSPÄCHER Rennroad-Weltcup 2023 in der Felddienst Eis Arena zu Winterberg. Wir beginnen mit dem Wettbewerb Doppelsitzer der Frauen. We gonna start with the women's doubles. 10 Doppel am Start. Die ersten werden sein First of the Handles. Victoria Sedina und Selina Zwilner aus Lettland. Dann kommen Falkensteiner, Hubert, Jen, Weiler, Domovic, Piskowska, Samatura, Manolescu, Dieter Rosenthal mit der 6, Völler Oberhofer mit der 7, Edel Kipp mit der 8, Torben Körping mit der 9 und Ukite Oberlina mit der 10. Und jetzt geht es los. Straße, prima, Track ist clear. Pokal of Deutschland, representing Germany, the second place, Völler, genau. Völler, Oberhofer aus Italien und auf der 3. Kipp aus Österreich. Der zweite Lauf, der beginnt um 10:07 Uhr. Und da freuen wir uns drauf. Und deswegen schauen wir jetzt mal, wir sind sehr gespannt, ob der Kollege Bangert das Mikro schon in der Hand hat. Oben im Kreise ist er nämlich für Sie da. Hat er den Kollegen Guido.
So Germany is leading, no surprise, 44.108. They crushed that run. Italy in second, only about a 10th, but could be a lot of time here in Winterberg, especially with this ice. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pull it out. Egla, Kipp, Austria sitting in third. That 1, 2, 3. We're so used to seeing that 1, 2, 3. They kind of just shuffle around the whole season, but I'm still looking up Upita Ozlina. Nice. How'd it feel? It was okay? There's speed. They just got off the run. They're going to go talk to the coaches. So what happens during the run is that the coaches will film, and then they'll take a look at it and then immediately head to the top, unless they got controlled. It looks like they're getting their steel temps, so they might have gotten controlled, and they have to go inside and get everything weighed for them. So after that run, leading, we have Germany, Italy, Austria, Latvia close behind, and then Italy, and then USA. So some tight racing going on, but like we assumed, Degenhardt, Rosenthal, they're just so quick on these German home tracks, and it's just been so fun to watch them. So women's doubles, I asked Margaret to hang out over here. I don't know if Curtis can come over here, but Margaret, she pretty much does all the press for FIL. The reason why you hear about us is because of her. Every press release, every post, it's all her. I just wanted to ask, women's doubles is new this season, so how has it changed the energy around FIL? Like, are people pretty excited about it?
Yeah, women's doubles journey started 6 years ago. In Germany, the first athlete started doing doubles. In America, John Wheeler, they were one of the first, preparing for the Youth Olympics in Lausanne. So it's a big journey, but we have never seen them up on the same start at the men's start. This is the first season, and they are doing pretty much very well. I'm a big fan of women's doubles, for sure. It's great.
It's been cool. I know for me, like, to see another medal opportunity for women's doubles, and to show that they can go just as fast as the guys. Like, they go from the top of the track there, and because doubles is hard. So Margaret, little background on her, she used to slide for Team Germany, so all about it. But doubles at that time wasn't really a thing for you. It was just for the men. So now, do you think you would ever jump on a double sled?
I tried it with a man. I was the back driver of a man. We tried it many years in the 80s. I think it's about 89 or something. So many years ago. It's very difficult. As a doubles is much more difficult than singles because two people have to steer together on one sled. So you would know how difficult it is.
It's so hard. So I did it one time with Emily Sweeney, and I got so injured and so hurt. And thank goodness Emily found a different partner, because Summer is a way better driver than I am with this. So there's just a better team. But it is really difficult, and if you've never been on a double sled, it's bigger, it's wider. It's like driving a school bus almost. It's just completely different. So anyways, thank you for just chatting with us just for a second. Do you think that there will ever be like an open class, like men and women?
That would be interesting. I would love it. Why not? It's hard for the back drivers always because they couldn't see anything. And I think the women's mostly will be the back drivers because they are thinner, smaller. It could be interesting.
What about being in the relay, having a women's doubles team in the relay as well as a men's doubles team?
It's the plan. The FIL plan is to integrate the women's doubles in the team relay, but it's pretty much a long way, I think, because it's a kind of dangerous problem, two doubles in a row. If there's a crash behind the finish line and the second double is coming, so yeah, FIL has to solve this problem, and I'm sure they will find a solution.
How do you solve that? The reason why it's difficult for a double sled to get out of a crash is because they're strapped into the sled. So it's a way bigger process to get doubles. I've never thought about that. What do you think? How do you solve a problem like that?
Yeah, that's why the double is the last sled. You know, if they have a crash right after the finish line, it's no problem because time stops, nobody starts. I don't know. Maybe one double first, then the singles, one double last. I don't know. It's. I'm happy that I don't have to have these ideas and the solutions.
Totally. Okay. Thank you so much, Margaret, for joining us. We may grab you later on today. You look fabulous today, by the way. See ya. She was nervous to join us. So I just got word. It's also really loud here at the finish. I don't know if you guys are hearing how loud it is for me, but Bree is in the booth with Elsa Desmond. Elsa, we're happy to have you. You've made it past traffic. That first run was so fast. What was your guys' take on that first run?
Thanks, Kate. So, Elsa, what run do you think was faster, your run to the booth or the track record set by the Germans?
I think it's definitely close. We're talking thousandths of a second in between, I think.
It was pretty amazing. I was getting ready to launch into the show, and Elsa happened to just join me, cruise right in as I was about to introduce her. It was incredible. Well done. And this is what impressed me the most. I love that our play-by-play is your journey to the booth right now. But what impressed me the most is when you got on the mic, you were not breathless. Like there was no,
I felt it.
Yeah, but you couldn't hear it. Like you got it all under control. And I don't know, I always wonder, like watching a musical, like how does someone sing and then like speak their part? And I think we just witnessed it.
Maybe I should have done biathlon.
You should have done biathlon because the way you were able to get your heart rate lowered and sound perfectly casual, do the POV. Huh, here we are at the track POV. Weather's nice, very, very impressive. And we were spying on Kate down there in the finish from the commentary booth here. So, Elsa, first run. 10 sleds. We've got a German track record, as you predicted. Do you think there'll be any shuffling? What do you think about the second heat coming up?
So because it's only 10 sleds, it is quite a small race. I don't think we'll be seeing the track conditions playing into it hugely in the way that we might see this later in the day with the men's, where they have 30 sleds. I think it is very much going to be about mistakes in the second run. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a German gold here. It is a German track. These girls are very experienced on this track, and as we saw a track record from them in the first run, we might see some shuffling around within second to fourth. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some movement within that Latvian, Austrian, Italian placing.
Right.
They are quite tight, and on this track, particularly in the doubles, anything can happen with that higher centre of gravity in those tricky sections down in the labyrinth. And again, there's always that competition low within the rankings. It's important not to forget that just because someone's not vying for the medals doesn't mean they're not vying for a good place finish. So again, we might see some more movement lower down the rankings, but no, I think it will be a Germany gold. I think it's theirs to lose.
Yeah, and something that when we witnessed in Sigulda the last time we commentated together is I assumed that when the weather went from frigid to suddenly warm with some grip, I thought, okay, we will see less mistakes. But I imagine Winterberg, obviously an entirely different personality. It seems like everyone has fairly good control today. As you said, it's just going to be little technical mistakes in the second heat. We haven't seen anything terribly tragic. We did see a roll at the end. A roll followed by a thumbs up. Athletes were fine. I believe that was who was that?
That was the first sled. That was
first
the
sled. It was Latvians.
The
young Latvians. It seemed fine afterwards. So we hope that they are healthy enough to take a second run here. So, Elsa, any other thoughts before we sign off here and get ready? I think we're trying to get used to this. This race is a little different because we have women's doubles with a break, then their second heat. Normally doubles have been going back to back, where we have the women and the men's first heat, then a break, followed by women and men again. So Elsa's going to hang out with me for the day.
Yeah, you've got me all day, yes. You lucky lady.
Yeah, to finish out the day here with men's doubles later on after men's singles. So that's it for us here in the booth. Kate, you look like you can use a throw to you. I can see your mic slowly coming up. We will pass it back to Kate at the finish.
Environmental friendly heating with renewable energy. That's what the name Gassner has been standing for 4 decades. Maximum heating comfort, innovative technology and lowest emission standards. A heating system from Gassner can be recognized by one thing above all: decades of reliability. Whether pellets, logs or wood chips, change to a biomass heating solution by Gassner. Biomass heating technology.
Okay, I didn't realize the booth was just right up there. I had no idea. The booth is always in a different place every track, but that's so fun that they're right there. Elsa Desmond from them. So I just grabbed Jakub. Jakub, how do you pronounce your last name?
Simonek, or in Slovakia, Šimoniak.
Šimoniak.
Almost there, yeah, nice, good job.
Šimoniak. Okay, Jakub has joined, he's from Slovakia, but has joined the U.S. team. You look great in the U.S. garb. It's right there. You're the team manager,
yes.
But he's been been thrown into it. I mean, how did you get here?
It's kind of funny question. I was checking the FIL announcement of the USA team for this season, and I was like, I would like to get back in Luge in different position now, so I just text them. And I wanted to work with them for the next season, so I can finish my job and everything. But they hired me this year, so I'm here.
Oh, now you're here. So Jakub used to slide. We actually slid together back in the day. And now look at us. We're still here with Luge people.
Still doing Luge, yeah.
You can't get away from the Luge world. But I just grabbed Jakub because I want to talk about this weather. And because weather is such a big part of the sport that fans and viewers don't really get to hear about. So like as a coach and as a former athlete, when you come to the track and you see this weather, what are you thinking, and does it change your game plan?
So I think for a lot of people, when they see fog outside, they don't have a good mood. And it's the same for lugers, especially for the sleds. Like with this humidity and with this fog, the ice is much softer, so the sleds are much grippier. So it's kind of hard to get the lines you want to, especially when the trainings were much colder and the ice was really quick, pretty close to track records. So it's challenging for the athletes every week.
So we saw the Germans, they came down 0.3 ahead. They're currently leading by 0.1. That's a huge gap. So when a sled comes down that far ahead, what are you thinking? Are you thinking like, wow, they figured out the setup for the right weather, or are you thinking that was a great run?
They have a really good run, but we know for years that the Germans are really good in setting up the sleds for the competition, so I think it's playing the role also.
There's such like a science behind it of like they just have it down, don't they? And especially home track. A lot of the Germans talk about how every track feels like a home track. They slide all over everywhere. But for the women, going to the top of the ramp, has that start curve been difficult for the American women specifically? Because I mean, I don't know for all the women, but I know you can represent the American women.
I can tell. I slided doubles and singles when I was competing. And I remember sliding from the bottom of the ramp. And in my opinion, it's much better sliding from the ramp. So you have much more speed and it's much easier to get through some of the curves. So I think girls also benefit from it. But the start curve was always challenging, and it's the same for men doubles and also women doubles. So I wouldn't compare these two. It's just about finding that right spot.
Okay, so now that you're on the coach's side of things, what's one thing that you've learned? I don't know. I'm interested when athletes make the transition. What's one thing you've learned being on this side of the sport that makes you view it differently?
Complaints of the athletes. I taking them much more different now.
Like what? What's an
I can rely to them, I know how it feels. I know what they are feeling, what they want, because I was athlete, so I can rely with them much better, in my opinion.
What's an example of a complaint?
It's pretty hard to tell. I would say ice conditions and the setup of the sleds is the top one.
And as a coach, you now hear it as I'm sorry, or are you yeah, that sucks, we need to change it?
They know we're doing what we can, and especially our coaches. So they're trying to understand, but I can tell that it's frustrating sometimes.
Interesting. Well, cool. Thank you. I know that might have been a personal question, but last question. We're looking at the scoreboard behind us. America, in the position they are, what are you feeling for their next run? Do they have some things that they can clean up?
Definitely. Chen Weiler can definitely be better at the start. It was something, I don't know, but they can be much faster and they can clean some lines too. And both of them. It always can be better. You know how it is.
Okay, incredible. Also, we're about to throw to our athlete of the week, which we did, Johnny Gustafson. What's your favorite thing about Johnny?
Favorite thing about Johnny? Beard.
His beard.
His beard.
It's a good beard.
Ginger one.
Ginger one. Incredible. We interviewed Johnny Gustafson this week. He's our athlete of the week. I learned so much about him. He's so cool. So here's a little bit about Johnny. Okay, here in Winterberg, we have our athlete of the week, Johnny Gustafson from USA, US of A. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, happy to be here. Happy to be doing the interview.
It's so fun doing these athlete of the weeks because we get to really get to know people outside of spandex. So really quick, tell us where you're from and what is your town about? How did you get here today?
Okay, that's a lot of questions.
Sorry, that was one. We'll start with.
No, I got this. Okay, where I'm from. Originally I'm from Messina, New York. It's a small little town at the very top of New York on the Canadian border. And we got 10,000 people there. So a little bit of a smaller town. I lived there for 14 or 15 years, I would say, before I relocated to Lake Placid.
Very well known for luge athletes, I assume?
I mean, now, for sure, yeah. No, it's a kind of, I don't want to say standard North Country town, because I think it's one of the best ones. But
wait, what does that mean, standard North Country? So for anyone people are watching this from all over the world. So describe what that means.
How do I best describe the North Country? It's an eclectic place. There's a lot of different types of people around. A lot of farms, a little bit of that. A lot of open land, a lot of outside activities. A lot of hockey as well, which is always fun.
Okay, so hockey, are you almost Canadian? Because should you be competing for Canada?
I hear that a lot from my teammates. I was hoping I wouldn't hear that from you. No, I'm not Canadian. Okay. We're not almost Canadian. We're very much in New York, very much in USA.
In USA, do you have poutine in your hometown?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so we're a little bit of hybrid, which is okay. So it's a big hockey town. So how did you choose sliding instead of hockey?
Well, I did start with hockey. I played a lot of sports growing up. Hockey was probably my main one. And I guess, I just liked the ice. And so luge was an easy transition, go from ice on skates to ice on, sled on skates, kind of, when you think about it.
Big ice guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, big crushed ice in a drink or big ice?
Oh, crushed ice for sure.
I agree.
It just tastes better.
Okay, so if you weren't sliding, if Luge wouldn't have swept you up into this whole world, what do you think you would be doing now?
Oh man, that's a tough one. It's a world of possibilities, if you will. Probably would have played hockey for a little longer than I did. I probably would have. I don't know. I always wanted to be an engineer. That was kind of the one thing that I wanted to do when I was growing up. But fully transitioned to luge. That's something that still could be down the road. But I would say probably that. Probably working some job right now. I don't know what.
Making incredible money. What kind of engineer? What kind of engineer?
Aerospace was something I was always interested in, but I have a lot of buddies who are engineers now, or somewhere in that realm, and so it's kind of fun to see what they're doing. 'Cause it's similar to something that I maybe would have done.
So aerospace engineering to luge athlete. Okay, that's fun. If I knew more about engineering, I would ask you more about it because
If I knew more about engineering, I would tell you more about it. But
it's so fascinating. So do you think any of that, does that make you really intrigued by your sled? Like I feel like engineering and mechanics and like building and creating, I feel like there's a big portion of that in sliding.
Yeah, there's a huge portion of that. I think the technical side of luge it's the biggest side. It's way more than the physical aspect. Maybe the mental aspect is probably the most, but technical is a close second. So just being able to see what you can do with the sled and make it go faster, it's a really cool concept. Okay,
so after this sport, you're going to become an engineer. You're going to make insane money. So let's say you strike your $1 million check. What would you do for $1 million if you had it?
Ooh.
It could be anything. You can be so creative with this.
It's I want to say the standard, pay off debts, give some to my friends and family. But besides all that goodwill stuff that I would do, probably get a house in the woods, put a little library in there, and just kind of chill, watch some movies, read some books, isolate a little bit. I'd probably have a big party, but yeah.
A library. Are you a big reader?
On and off. It depends what kind of mood I'm in. I go through stints where I'll read nonstop for like a month and I won't touch a book for a year. So kind of back and forth.
Okay, so give us a book report on your favorite book.
Book report, okay.
Not a book report, but what's your favorite book?
Favorite book has got to be Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. It's it's like a fantasy-esque fiction novel, or nonfiction. Yeah, nonfiction. Semi-standard magic and world building and things like that. I love all that nerdy stuff, if you will. So,
okay. Yeah. Nerdy stuff is fun. Nerdy stuff is cool. So, okay, the question I always love asking people is, if you could go to dinner with anyone, dead or alive, who would it be?
That's a tough question. You told me beforehand you were going to ask me this, and I did not think about it at all, and I really should have.
We can come back to it too.
So let's come back to it. I want to think about that for a minute.
Okay, so now that you're sliding and you're here, what are your dreams like within sliding? Like, are you at a point in your career where you're like, I'm coasting, life is really good? Or are you like, no, I need and I want to be at this certain level?
I would definitely say the latter. I definitely want to be at a level that I'm not at right now, but I want to be more competitive in the sport, let's say. I just competed in Nations Cup, and I want to more consistently be not competing in Nations Cup, I think, is the first goal I have right now.
I love that. Well, very cool. Okay, and did anyone come to mind for you? I guess we could start. Okay.
I'm going to go with Henry Cavill. He played The Witcher. He's a huge nerd apparently as an actor, which I love, so it'd be cool to poke his brain a little bit.
Fascinating. So you're like an intellectual. Like, you are nerd, so smart, know so many things.
I don't know.
But you're sliding. I mean, there's a lot of smart people that are sliding too. I just love how two worlds combine into, and now you're here in Winterberg trying to win a medal this weekend. Where did this start to become to get into all that?
I mean, they rope you into luge when you're young, which is where it started. I did one of the White Castle slide researches that USA Luge had, and that's how I was recruited, and started when I was 11, I want to say. And fell in love with the sport from there, and slowly started doing it more and more, and competing and moving up in the ranks and all that. And before you know it, I'm 25 in Winterberg, Germany, competing in my fifth or sixth year at the senior World Cup circuit. Been to the Olympics, and every now and then you look back and you're like, what the, I don't know how I got here.
Truly incredible. And I feel like that's so many stories with a lot of athletes is everyone gets into the sport a different way. And then everybody is so unique. It's not like everyone came from the same town. And so this is why I love doing Athlete of the Week, because you learn. I didn't realize that you were so into like fantasy and reading, and his dream is to have a house in the woods and put a library in there. I think that's so incredible. So anyways, is there anything you'd like to say to anyone watching back at home? Just, yeah, anything.
We gotta go classic. Hi mom, hi dad, how you guys doing? To my D&D group, I'm very excited to be playing again when I come back, so can't wait for that.
Was that Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes, it was.
Oh my gosh, I have so much respect for you. Dungeons and Dragons is so rad. Anyways, congratulations on being on the circuit now for how many years, and an Olympian. Johnny Gustafson with Team USA, an incredible athlete. Come say hi to him if you ever see him at the track.
Come say hi.
Okay, look at this globe. It's just massive. This is what the women are going to be competing for. There's a sprint competition this weekend, and they're handing out the sprint champion, the sprint overall champ. It's heavy. I can confirm that it's very heavy. Can you imagine flying home with this bad boy on the plane? You're not checking that. You're bringing that right onto the airplane. So we just had a chat with Johnny Gustafson. We filmed that yesterday. You could see the weather was obviously clear and bright, but we are back to normal programming here in Winterberg, where you can't see 30 feet in front of you. Nice and misty with the rain. It's wet here. So yeah, so good to catch up with Johnny. I learned so much about him. It's so fun to do these Athlete of the Week so we can kind of get a taste of who these athletes really even are. So we've got our booth right behind us here. I love that they're so close. To us. Elsa is in the booth with Bree. We're headed into our second run. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be cool. Currently, Degenhardt is leading, Italy second, and then Austria within third. We're used to seeing those three up top. They say they can hear me talking right now. This is fun. We're used to seeing those three winning. Do we think it'll stick for the second run?
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, actually, Elsa and I were just talking about that. So, the only question mark is Team Latvia. They are just edging in 10th out of third place. So, Elsa, you had mentioned that we've got the Germans on a German track. That's usually kind of boring. But the rest of it, because they don't have three German teams, Italy, Vetter and Oberhofer have been leading all season. Then you've got Egle and Kipp, who have also, silver medalists from World Championships a couple weeks ago. As Kate said, not a surprising top three there, but it would be interesting to see what happens in third place. Everything is pretty tight.
Yeah, Selena and Lara are a very strong doubles team, obviously. Really great results last season when their last season at junior. A gold at the beginning of the season on their home track in Innsbruck. Right. Definitely not to be underestimated. But as we saw, the Latvians did take silver in the European Championships in Sigulda. They aren't as experienced, I don't think, as we haven't seen them quite so much within the medals as some of these other teams. But definitely they're not too far off the pace, and on this track anything can happen, particularly with these doubles and that higher centre of gravity in that labyrinth and that really tricky start corner as well. And if you just get that angle wrong, there's so much time to be lost there that just stays with you down the track.
Right, as you mentioned, the only shuffling we're going to see is essentially mistakes, and Team Latvia is so young. It's been really exciting watching them this season. They've got, relatively young team with their men's doubles, Bots and Plume, or
young but experienced.
Young but experienced is what's wild about luge. You have young athletes, 20-year-olds have been sliding for 15 years, whose parents put them on a steel diaper run down the track in Eagles, Austria. Well, we just got our 2-minute warning, so go ahead and switch channels. We're going to sign out of the studio show, switch to the other YouTube channel to catch us live for the race coverage of Heat 2 in women's doubles here in Winterberg, Germany.
3 Minuten bis zum Start. We're gonna start in 3 minutes. Und als Information für Sie, die Siegerehrung gibt es direkt im Anschluss an das Rennen. The award ceremony will be held directly after the race. 2 Minuten bis zum Start. We're going to start in 2 minutes. Erste Stoppe wird sein Ralukas Ramatorado und Michaela Carmen Manulescu aus Rumänien. First time will be from Romania. Eine Minute bis zum Start. We're going to start in 1 minute. Jessica Degenhardt und Cheyenne Rosenthal führen nach dem ersten Durchgang. Vor Andrea Vötter und Marion Oberhofer und Selina Ege und Lara Michaela Kipp aus Österreich. Das führende Trio, dahinter Andra Upite und Sania Osobina aus Lettland. Die haben auch noch deutliche Chancen aufs Podium. Erster Schritt aber Ralukas Ramaturado zusammen mit Michaela Carmen Manulescu, 1,31 Sekunden Rückstand nach dem ersten Lauf auf die Führung. Dann geht das Ganze hier los. We're gonna start in a few seconds. Second run, Women's Doubles und jetzt ist die Bahn frei. Punkte, Lina. Zweiter Platz, Edelkippe Österreich, Vöckerober auf der 3 und Biete Ursulina auf der 4. Es gibt in Kürze die sogenannte Flower Ceremony, also die kleine Siegerehrung. Und dann gibt es im Anschluss dann auch gleich die große, wenn die Interviews gemacht sind, dann mit den entsprechenden Medaillen.
Huge congratulations to the Germans. I believe this is their first World Cup win. Jessica Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal. Congratulations on that win. And then we've got Austria, Egelin, Kipp in second, with Italy, Futta and Oberhofer pulling up with the bronze.
Große Plätze rücken auf dem Podium.
That was tight racing for second and third position. The Italians lost their spot, dropped down to the third place. I'm sure that's a bummer for them. They're used to winning. They've taken home 4 or 5 golds, I believe, but this is the first for the Germans. The sigh of relief on Degenhardt. I just saw her, she let out a big, But here's the flower ceremony for women's doubles.
Der zweite Platz, the second place, Selina Egle und Lara Michaela Kipp. Und die Siegerinnen hier beim EBERSPÄCHER Rennbogen-Weltcup Doppel der Frauen aus Deutschland. Representing Germany, Jessica Degenhardt und Cheyenne Rosenthal. Jetzt gibt es die Fotos mit den Blümchen. Bleiben Sie bei uns hier auf dem Auslauf. Gleich gibt es die große Siegerehrung mit den Medaillen.
All right, here's a look at our overall standings. Futta Oberhofer still in the lead, 600 points. Degenhardt and Rosenthal, they move up a spot, currently in second. And then third are Austrians, Egelin and Kipp. You know, that is not that many points. So a win, for reference, is 100 points. So really, this overall title could be any one of their game. We still have a couple more races. We have a sprint to do. We've got Switzerland next week, and then we come back here to Winterberg. So there's still chances for this overall. So I don't know if that yellow bib is going to be staying on the Italians. Here's another look. So this is including Sprint World Championships. They have 2 different overall, which can be confusing. One includes sprint and one does not include sprint. But Italy leads for both of them.
Mit der offiziellen Hymne der FIL, die award ceremony will start with the official anthem of the FIL. EBERSPÄCHER Rennbogen-Weltcup Doppelsitzer der Frauen Women's Doubles. Der dritte Platz, the third place. Aus Italien, representing Italy, Andrea Vötter und Marion Oberhofer. Der zweite Platz. The second place aus Österreich, representing Austria, Selina Egle und Lara Michaela Kipp. Und die Gewinnerinnen, der erste Platz, the winner, the first place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Jessica Degenhardt und Cheyenne Rosenthal! Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, Ladies and Gentlemen, zu Ehren der Siegerinnen Jessica Degenhardt und Cheyenne Rosenthal darf ich Sie jetzt um die Aufmerksamkeit für die Nationalhymne der Bundesrepublik Deutschland bitten. To honor our winners, Jessica Degenhardt and Cheyenne Rosenthal, please listen now to the national anthem of Germany. Der Frauen Jessica Degenhardt und Cheyenne Rosenthal, zweiter Platz Selina Egle und Lara Michaela Kipp und der dritte Platz geht an Andrea Vetter und Marion Oberhofer. Unten werden jetzt die Fotos gemacht, oben geht es weiter.
All right, here's the flower ceremony. Congratulations to the Germans. We're going to grab a few people to talk to, but first, Bree up in the booth. What were some of the post-run thoughts that you guys thought?
Kate, thank you. We were just discussing Elsa's race tomorrow, actually. We got a good warm-up. You know, I think sometimes one of the benefits of commentary is you get like in-depth analysis of the track, what the conditions are doing. So, but Elsa, as far as post-race goes, I'm assuming, but I will leave it to you. Did everything kind of go towards your assumptions?
Yeah, we kind of thought that the Germans would take gold and it was theirs to lose, and as we were correct that they did manage to keep that gold medal. I'm not surprised that there was a little bit of shuffling around within the slightly lower rankings within the medals, the second and third place. Fantastic to see the Austrians on the podium again, having had such a great week at the World Championships in Oberhof a couple of weeks ago, following such a tough couple of weeks in Sigolda. And again, Andrea and Marion getting another medal, maintaining their spot within the overall rankings.
Yeah.
Fantastic to see. And so many teams getting down. It was fantastic to see that everyone finished, which is always good, particularly with some of these younger teams and some of these less experienced teams. That's what we always want to see to help this sport and this discipline within this sport build for the future.
Right. It makes me wonder if the conditions were the same as they were a couple of days ago, where it was cold and sunny and bright and fast, and assuming the times are a bit slower. But at least it's gripping, and like you said, everyone got down. We saw some minor mistakes here and there, but overall it was an impressive race, and it's cool to see this sport, women's doubles, coming along. I mean, the Olympics, quad seems so long, but it's coming up, and it's going to be great to see if they add women's doubles into the team relay.
It'll be interesting to see if they add it to the team relay in time for Milan Cortina, or if they make that decision slightly further into the future to allow more nations to have women's doubles before they bring it in, so that they don't reduce the field so much within that team relay.
Right.
I'm not sure. I don't have any insider knowledge. That's just my thinking, that they may hold off to allow more teams to build those women's doubles for the team relay, but it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next 3 years.
Right, because that relay is really filled out. There was lots of relay teams there in Beijing. Well, that is our roundabout recap of women's doubles. So we will throw it back down to Kate, who is at the finish with, I believe, the Italian doubles team.
Regular alcohol.
I'll
say,
the
hey.
last years was the big one.
I'll say, excuse me, for the women. Okay, we are joined with our Italian. You guys talk to me every weekend, and I'm so grateful that you come and chat with us. So I just was looking at your overall points. You've won 4 gold medals, right?
Yeah.
I got this wrong last week, so I said the wrong number last week. So but you're still in overall lead. You have a pretty nice lead for the overall. So was this difficult to be in the 3rd position today, or how did you feel about it?
No, we are really happy with the 3rd place because we had a lot of mistakes at the start, and it's not enough points because we have to ride very good or slide very good, so it's not.
I mean, it's got to feel good to still be able to make some mistakes and still get on the medal podium. The start, we've been talking a lot about the start for the women. What makes it so difficult, do you think?
The start ramp is difficult. We had a very good push, but then the paddles are sideways and not straight away, so yeah, it's difficult.
So much skidding. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, because we had yesterday so nice picture. And yeah, it was a little bit funny.
Does not feel good, especially when you put on your race suit, you get ready for race day, and then you go and you feel that's not going to be fun. So we're coming back for our sprint. We have our sprint. We're giving out the sprint title this weekend, right? Yep. So that's got to be. I mean, that globe is massive. Have you held that thing? There's the trophy over there.
Yeah, but I think it just reserved for Selena and Lara.
What? Say it again.
It's just for Selena and Lara.
Why?
Because they have so much points.
We don't, guys. come on now. We don't know that yet. Okay, so and then you guys have to go get ready for women's tomorrow. You're both sliding in singles, right?
Yeah.
Has singles been better or worse than doubles?
Better.
Yeah, it depends. Here's the track more speedy than from the double start, so that makes more fun, yeah.
How do you keep the lines separate from singles and doubles?
Yeah, here it's a little bit difficult because we have very different lines, but it's okay, it's going.
You're professionals, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Well, congratulations on your bronze. I'm excited to see how the rest of the season plays out because you guys are having, every time I open the show and I talk about you, I say how incredible you guys have been on a double sled. Like you've really found the thing that you're really good at. So I hope you enjoy doing it because it's fun. It's fun to hear the Italian anthem.
It's so funny with Marianne. Yeah.
Just because it's now when you mess up, you get to laugh about it together.
Always.
Too much maybe.
Well, I can tell you guys are sliding really well, and it's probably because you are having so much fun. So just keep doing what you're doing because it's working. So next week for St. Moritz, are you excited?
Yeah.
Do you wait, have you been on St. Moritz on a double sled?
On the double sled, no, but we are excited, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm excited. We'll see you guys there. Congratulations. Yeah, they gave out alcohol, but it was alcohol-free alcohol. So
0-0.
Yeah, it said 0-0 on it. I'll go show them after. But anyways, I'll let you guys go. They got to get changed. Congratulations. Bye. I know you can't go very far, but this is the prize that they got. 0-0. That's what she's talking about. Alcohol-free Veltins. This is the sponsor of the track and of this race. I'm curious if they're going to give 0-0 to the men. I'll keep my eye out for that. But yeah, they just came up, gave them all a bunch of alcohol-free beer. Super cool. So that was our women's doubles. I love when Andy and Marianne come and talk to me because they're fun. I can tell that they're just enjoying doubles, which is cool. Like they've really kind of brought the fun back into sliding for them, and they're laughing a lot, and it's just cool. I do want to grab Cheyenne Rosenthal right here. Oh, can I talk to you guys? Oh, great. Okay, that was exciting. Congratulations. How was your second run? So they were in 3rd, moved up into the 2nd spot. How was that second run?
It was a good one. I'm really satisfied with this run. Yes, we showed our best today, not at the start, but in the track, and we knew that we have to be really, really fast in the track to get on the podium.
That was so fun to watch. I love when it gets tight like that, but it must have been stressful watching it and you're like, oh, I hope. But do you always think you'll move up in spots, or is it kind of like, I don't know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's, like you said, really stressful, especially Andrea and Marion. We're only 3 thousandths behind, I think, before the finish curve. And it was really like, can they do it? So we don't know, and it's every time it's really exciting.
It's the worst and the best, I feel. If it depends on what side you're on. How has it been racing from the top of the ramp? Has it been very different for you guys?
I think the track is really is standing really good, and it's fast, especially in the labyrinth. So there you have to be really relaxed, and it's not an easy track. So it's hard to relax here. But I think it was a good decision to move up because it's like more exciting.
I like when you guys get to go from the same spot as the men, because it shows we can
do it. Girls power.
Girl power, totally. Because we've seen men just dominate doubles, and to show like, hey, we can do it too. And you're not so cool because we can do the same. That must feel good. Do you have any family watching or any family here today?
No, so my family's home watching. Probably at the sofa and chilling.
And not cold, dealing with this rain. Well, say hello to your mother. If you want to say anything in German, go ahead.
Hi, danke fürs Daumendrücken. Hat sich wieder was gebracht. Danke, und ja, morgen geht's weiter.
And we'll see you for sprint. You guys do really well in sprint. Have you been eyeing that trophy? It's quite large.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Have you held it? It's heavy.
Not yet.
I held it and it was.
Not yet?
But later, we'll see you up there. Well, good luck this weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. Sprints tomorrow, right? Okay. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. The medals. Look at just get a picture of them now. Look at this. Congratulations. Second place, Egla and Kip. Now go get warm. Go hang out. Go get some food. And thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. See you guys. Just delightful people. Delightful people here in Luge. I would love to talk to Degenhardt and Rosenthal. We'll probably talk to them tomorrow with the sprint, because it's Cheyenne Rosenthal's mom who has a little waffle shop right on the other side of those bleachers, and I just think that's so cool. Whole family here. Okay, so we're gonna take some time. We are getting ready for the men. The men are at the start. You can see the men's start list is already right there. Eddie Crăciun from Romania, he's going to start us off. Vali Cretu winning yesterday the Nations Cup was super cool. That was a big deal for Romania. Love that. So we're going to take some time, but we had a chance to talk to our IOC members a couple weeks ago. Kit McConnell, super cool guy, and he had a chance to talk to us in Oberhof. And just a nice dude. So we'll show you that interview, and then we'll take some time, and we'll be back for the men's race to get ready for that. I have a very special guest. Thank you for joining us. Okay, everyone, this is Kit McConnell. He's sports director of the IOC. We don't get IOC people at our races, so this is a blessing that you're with us. How did we get you here all the way in Oberhof?
Well, I think we try and get out and see all of the sports, and obviously luge is a key part of the Olympic winter sport family. Oberhof is one of the most magical places in the luge circuit, and being the World Championships, it's great for us to be here. So we try and get out and see luge events every year, and not just in the Olympic Games. So no, it's great to be here. The atmosphere is fantastic. Meet some of the athletes, the national federations. So no, it's great to be here.
And remind me where you're from.
I grew up in New Zealand.
Are you based there right now?
No, I live in Lausanne in Switzerland, where our headquarters is. So not too far away, but grew up in New Zealand, a long way away.
Because I was going to say, if you came from New Zealand, this is quite the flip in weather. So I apologize.
Right now, it's the middle of summer in New Zealand, so I'm getting photos from my family of barbecues and beaches. So, but it's beautiful here. I mean, it's absolutely a winter wonderland here. So, no, great to be here. It's a great atmosphere.
I'm getting the same photos from my family and from my husband in California. It's just warm and nice. But I have grown to appreciate how beautiful it can be in the winter. I think as an athlete, when I was competing, you're just thinking about temperature, like ice temperatures and competition. But now that we just get to hang out, I'm like, wow, Oberhof is so beautiful. So tell me a little bit about your job with the IOC. How did you, I mean, is this the dream job? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting job to have, a dream in many ways. So in terms of the job, I look after the organisation of sport at the Olympic Games, obviously working with all of the international federations. The organising committees deal with all of the international federations. So no, it's a super exciting job, and at the end of the day, the games are about the athletes, they are about sport, so to be able to help be involved in that side of things is really exciting.
Yeah, the Olympic movement is a palpable thing, I feel. I know for me, when I was competing, it's the things that you do with the dream of the Olympics, it's pretty crazy to see what you're capable of. So it's cool to talk to people that are kind of behind the scenes that make the dream happen. So thank you for your service, I guess I should say. I guess that's what I feel like. I'm like, thank you for your service and making dreams happen for a lot of athletes. And did you always want to work for the IOC?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been involved in sport, but I think the thanks goes the other way. I mean, for me, the Olympic Games is about two things. Firstly, it's about the athletes. You know, we have 10,500 athletes at the Summer Games, about 3,000 at the Winter Games. For most of these athletes, they have one Olympic Games. You know, in summer, it's about 70% of the athletes only ever go to one Olympic Games. In winter, a little bit less, but most still only go to one Olympic Games. So we have to make that game special. It's the world's greatest sporting stage. It's an incredible experience for the athletes being part of a national team with all of the other sports as well. You've been there, you know. So for us, this is really the focus. And equally, we understand the importance. We saw that in Tokyo. We saw that in Beijing with everything going on with COVID, everything going on in the world, how important those games were to the athletes, to the world, to be able to come together and focus on something special. So that's our focus. It's not about us. It's about the athletes and about making the games happen.
You know, something funny that just came, I have a question for you, but I want to add this really quick. I competed in Sochi. It was my first and only games, and it was the biggest deal of my life. So it's funny when you say, when you go to one games, it's really special for every athlete. And there were more senior athletes that were like, oh, is this your first games? And I was like, well, you think I just go to 3 casually in my spare time? Because they go, sometimes when you're in the sport, you go easily because you're a veteran. But I just remember that thinking like, I had stepped into this world of the Olympics, and they're like, oh, is this your first? And I was like, yeah, this is my first and maybe my only. And this is, so I just, it reminded me of that. But I want to ask you really quick, is there any behind the scenes, any sports that are coming up, new sports that are going to be added to the schedule that you could talk about that are kind of in the chute that to come to the games?
Yeah, I think we've really had a focus on strengthening the core. In both summer and winter, we have a really strong tradition, and that's the balance we have between tradition and innovation. You have seen in Tokyo, we had skateboarding, surfing, sport climbing, BMX freestyle, 3-on-3 basketball. In Paris, we'll have breakdancing for the first time. In winter, in Milano Cortina, and in just 3 years from now, we'll have ski mountaineering for the first time. And of course, in Luge, we've got women's doubles. So it's fantastic to see that on the track here this morning. And this opportunity for the female athletes to have another medal event. And this also is really important, bringing it into the Olympic program. We see the development of that event, of Luge outside the games. Already speaking to some of the coaches and national federations here, we hear about the women's side of Luge growing, continuing to grow, and that additional medal now having full equality on the program with the number of medals available for both the men and women is really important. We see the impact of it, and it's only fair. Gender equality is something that's really important to us, so to have that event as well is really important to us in the Luge program.
Yeah, I can say from hearing from the athlete side, just how cool it is to know that there's an equal opportunity for women, and also doubles. I did doubles one time, and it was a mistake and so scary. It was so scary, and I got very
no comeback for Milano Cortina.
Definitely no comeback. I've hung up my suit and everything. But when we did it in our nationals competition in America, and we just wanted to see if we could beat the boys. Like I did it. We did actually.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, we got on a sled. Our coaches weren't too happy about it because they thought that we were making a joke out of doubles, but we wanted to get on a sled to see if we could be as fast. And so now it's kind of come full circle to see it in a world championship series. So anyways, I feel the same way. So it's been really cool to kind of see women. But I know you have things to do, but I want to ask you a few more things. So I looked him up because you always got to look up who you're going to talk to. And he's a major 49ers fan. So the playoffs, we need to talk about this for a second. I know this is a luge crowd, but for anyone watching American football, it's playoffs right now, and the 49ers are in it.
Deep into playoffs.
Yeah, we're deep into playoffs. We're one round away from the Super Bowl. And Brock Purdy, I'm going to educate all of they need to know about American football. Everyone needs to know about American football. Yes, about the 40. Brock Purdy is the current quarterback, and he was the backup of the backup and wasn't ever supposed to play, but now he's leading.
Third round draft, yeah.
He's leading the team, hopefully, into. Can you just.
One match away from a Super Bowl.
Give me your full feelings on what's going on.
Well, the 49ers and I should say me and the 49ers go back a long way. I was on holiday in the States in 86, 87 when the 49ers were on a Super Bowl run that ended up when they beat
Steve McMahon?
No, Joe Montana.
This is Joe Montana. Oh, my God.
Yeah, sorry, I'm older than. So since then, I've followed them, and obviously ups and downs like any team, but this year has been absolutely incredible. With Jimmy Garoppolo coming out, he was behind Trey Lance, so suddenly you've got a guy that not many people have heard of stepping up to quarterback, and now they're in the divisional game. So the championship game tomorrow night, and as we say, one step away from a Super Bowl maybe. So it's just incredible. But that's sport, huh? That's what makes us watch every year. That's the emotional ride up and down. So no, it's fantastic. So tomorrow night, here we go.
Yeah, what time is it in Europe? Like, when is it in the middle of the night, the game?
It's around midnight our time. So yeah, it'll be a late night, full day of work the next day. So
you're committed.
I'm committed. Yeah. I'm emotionally engaged in that one. Yeah.
Well, it's a big one. When Brock Purdy got put on the field, you could see his family in the stands, and it was emotional. And he was, well, yeah. Anyways, I just fall.
Unbeaten since then. So yeah.
It's a Cinderella story. I love it. Anyways, I know you guys were waiting to hear about American football. We could probably talk a long time about this. But anyways, thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be here. Honestly, you can see the atmosphere. You can see the athletes, how much this means to them, and obviously being a world championship. Great to see the medals yesterday, and 2 more medals on the line today. So no, it's great to be here.
Would you ever jump on a sled?
Absolutely.
You would?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay, I think
obviously a pretty low start on the track. We'd have to be clear about that. But no, it's always good to experience the different sports. So
I think we could.
If that was a challenge or not, but no.
We could pull some strings. The luge gods that are watching, we could get you on a sled.
I'm committed on camera now, so
you can't.
Interesting to do.
Okay, well, if we get it together, you know we're going to get that on film, and we'll give you all the tips. You'll do great. Okay. You'll be fine.
But delayed coverage, just in case things don't go so well.
Very delayed and edited, so you'll be fine. Anyways, thank you so much for joining us, Kit McConnell from the IOC. We're going to take a little break, but we'll be back in just a second.
Environmental friendly heating with renewable energy. That's what the name Gassner has been standing for 4 decades. Maximum heating comfort, innovative technology and lowest emission standards. A heating system from Gassner can be recognized by one thing above all: decades of reliability. Whether pellets, logs or wood chips, change to a biomass heating solution by Gassner. Biomass heating technology.
Okay, so Kit McConnell, we talked to him. That was a few weeks ago, World Championships in Oberhof. We were talking about 49ers. Unfortunately, they lost the game that he was going to watch that night. Such a bummer, but it was perfect timing that I got to meet him and talk about it. And it's just fun when I get to meet people that talk about the NFL and other countries. So it's actually perfect timing that we're talking about this again, because the Super Bowl is tomorrow. So it's going to be super fun. It ended up being the Eagles and the Chiefs, but people in Europe probably don't care about that as much as we do. So yeah, we're going to get ready for the men's race, but I want to just point out this super fan that I saw. This blessed man, he is the Latvian super fan. I went up and talked to him and I was like, what's your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? And his dad was Latvian. His mom is German, but he lives here in Winterberg. If we had the cords, I would walk over there and talk to him because he was really awesome. But he says he's been coming to these races for 20 plus years. He comes to bobsled skeleton, and he was telling me a story the first time he came, and he was like, I am the Latvian super fan. So it's just super cool. He's on his phone right now, but if he could give us away. But look at it. He's got a hockey jersey on. He's got the hat and the flag. He speaks Latvian, German, and English. So I just love in Europe, they take these sports so seriously, and he's just the best. I'm talking all about you, friend. So anyways, he was a really cool guy. So I just had to talk to him for a little bit. So men are coming up. We've got just a couple minutes before the World's Feed. I'm going to toss to our women up in the booth. Okay, I just love this shot. We never get to be this close. So, Bree, you are with someone new, Emily Sweeney. Welcome to the race, Emily. How are you guys feeling about this men's race?
Yeah, it is so great to see you, Kate, and like actually have eyes on what's happening. I am here with your former teammate, Emily Sweeney. Emily, thanks for joining us today. And, you know, predictions for the men's race. I mean, you guys are coming off of some really difficult tracks. And so Winterberg is a different beast, I understand, if you're not on your sled.
Yes. So yes, goal one of the day, keep it shiny side down.
Right.
Yes, thank you for having me, first of all. But yeah, it's quite different. It has a different flow to it. And I was out watching the men's seated training yesterday, and there's been a lot of interesting lines that people are taking. So we'll see what ends up being fastest.
So like
today.
when you say interesting, do you mean dangerous or just like...
Not ideal, but
Right.
that's kind of what makes it a unique track at the top of the track. It's so slow, it's really flat up there.
Yeah.
And a lot of lines work, but are not ideal.
Yeah.
So to find that specific line where you're not scrubbing any of your speed, it's really, you know, it's fine details.
Yeah.
Up there.
Well, that's, I mean, you guys train for fine details. You know, it's a sport that's timed to the thousandth. So this seems like a track that showcases that. And that'll be fun to kind of pick out the nuances during the race to point out, like, okay, that might look fine, it might look smooth, but this is the actual line that we're looking for.
Fun for us to pick out, frustrating when you're on the sled and you want to be a few centimeters left or right, and you know that those centimeters really make a difference in the blending of things. But it's weird because you're going slow, but you get pretty strong pushes pretty easily. So it's a technical track in a way. And it's going to be challenging.
Do you think these will be ice conditions that allow you to play with that, like force things a little bit more? Like if you are looking for those 2 centimeters, can you kind of gamble with driving yourself to where you want to be in these ice conditions?
You can, yes. So a lot of our training, it was sunny. It was sunny here. I promise to the viewers at home, it was beautiful here all week. And then
it's gorgeous.
And then here we are.
We were just talking about how confusing it was. Like, what a wonderful place this is. But everyone, like, it is the stop on tour that people make fun of, call it Wasserberg or Winterberg. It's just always, there's just weather.
It's pretty damp here normally. And it is today. So a lot of our training was clean ice, and now we're coming into a bit more of a grippy situation.
Yeah.
So you do have a lot more play with that, but do you want to? Do you want to push it? Do you want to kind of sacrifice that letting the sled run to get that extra bit?
And you've got the experience. So Elsa Desmond, who co-commentated the women's doubles race with me, which she was saying that she wouldn't change her setup right before a race. She's going to go with what she had on her last training run, but someone's been sliding for 20 years like yourself.
I changed.
Then like you wake up, open your curtains, can't see 2 feet in front of you,
I mean, I already switched my steels for tomorrow. So
really?
Just looking at the weather. So I'm sure a lot of people do that. Even in between runs, we might see that today. They might try something for the first run and realize how grippy or not the ice is.
Because the humidity's been changing. I mean, it changed from heat 1 to heat 2 in women's doubles from 96% to 91%. So, I mean, who knows if that, what difference that makes in your setup. But we just got our minute-and-a-half warning. It was actually a 2-minute warning for the start of the race. So thanks so much for joining us. I'm your host, Bree Schaff, joined by Team USA's Emily Sweeney. Switch channels to the other YouTube channel to tune in live to the men's singles event here in Winterberg, Germany.
in Winterberg, der zweite Wettbewerb an diesem Tag am Nachmittag der Beste
the 7th place. The winner after the first run. Max Langenhardt führt vor Jonas Müller. Und dann sind wir auf der 4, Felix auf der 6 und wir schauen uns an nach den beiden anderen Deutschen. Simon Grandpatrone auf der 14 und David Rösler auf der 18. Das war der erste.
All right, that was the last of the sleds for our first run for the men's competition. Jonas Müller held the lead for a while, but Max Langenhahn is the one that's taken it into the second run with Leon Felder in bronze position.
Sind im Kreisel der Kollege Jürgen Bangert und sein DJ, der Guido nämlich. Die sind da. Und bist du auch schon da?
Jonas Müller only a little bit behind, 25 thousandths, and then Leon Felder, the surprise Italian, sitting in bronze, 79 thousandths within that third place. Johnny Gustafson, our athlete of the week, sitting just outside of top 10. Tucker West, USA 13th, and all the way down. We did have a crash, Kaspars Rinks with Latvia. That was unfortunate. It did add some excitement to it all, but unfortunately he will not be getting a second run.
Okay, bisschen Mucke und ich lass mir schon mal was Schönes einfallen für die Kollegen.
Exciting racing here. You guys, we've got all the camera guys working behind us. They're getting all set up for everything. But that was tight racing. So something that I'm wondering about, I'm also wondering that there's just a party going on here and it's so loud down here. The ice conditions. So Jonas Müller and Leon Felder, they went earlier in the start list, but then they were earlier and the ice was faster for them, but they managed to stay on top. But Max Langenhahn, I think he just had the right setup. I think he had the right setup for the right ice, and so I don't know. It'll be interesting. Wolfie Kindle sits just in fourth, a little bit behind, and then Felix Locke. So we have our top dogs already up there. So we'll have to see what the mix is about with them. So I did try and okay, this is the finish. Welcome to the finish. Let's show you the finish really quick. So this is where everyone stands to get their medals. We have our Latvian super fan. All the fans are hanging out over there. You can come across. We have our ZDF friend coming across here. This is filled with people during the run, and then as soon as the run finishes, everybody just disperses and everybody is out. So I tried, there's the young Italian team, Falkensteiner and Juba, the women's doubles team. I tried to convince them to come talk to me, but they were nervous that their English was not good enough. I even told them that they could respond in German, but they still just went so I spent like a minute trying to convince them. I was like, these are the questions I'll ask you. So maybe we'll get them at another time in the season. But I'm looking at my commentators up there. I really wanted to talk to these women's doubles teams, but they were just too embarrassed and they couldn't do it. So anyways, how are you guys doing up there? How was that first run? What are your thoughts about it?
Keep some gifts in your pocket, just to pass over to trick people into talking to you. Here, hey girls, I've got some candy. Want to have a chat here? So Emily and I were just talking about how we have no idea what's going to happen in this second heat. I mean, we've got, you've got.
It's going to be really exciting. I mean, we talk about who we think is going to make it up on the top. Felix Locke had such a big mistake at the start that I think he's within that kind of the top 7. The top 7 have a shot at being on the podium, and I think he might win. That's the dark horse.
1800s back, and you've got Jonas Müller, who had a great start pip, and then we've got Leon Felder, who is exciting to see him in the top 3 of Italy, but again benefited 11th off in the start order, benefited potentially from that start time, to be determined. It's going to be a really, really interesting second heat, and like you said, Felix is very ill. I understand, he has the flu, sliding with the flu. literally shook it off after his start bobble, shaking his head, which Emily, as you pointed out, also steers the sled. So I like your wild prediction for winter. Let's do a podium prediction. Why not?
Podium prediction. Okay, so I'm actually going to go with, I don't know, I'm a bit biased. Everyone knows it. So
do it.
I would
put the bias on air.
I would say Felix, Max, Dominic.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, those are the strongest athletes in the field. That's really our, overall athletes, and we could see a very interesting shuffle here.
Do you have a guess?
Kendall
also had a big mistake.
Kendall had a huge mistake and stayed within striking distance. So I guess my one guess would be that Kendall shuffles up a bit because he's got such a big fix to make. Probably a bigger fix than Felix Locke, who has a lot of time in the bank. And when we say time in the bank, meaning like big mistake means you can make some improvements. So we are going to pass it back to Kate.
Thank you so much. I wish I could. I would love to ask Emily a question. Can you guys hear me up there if I do ask a question? Okay, maybe not. Can you hear me if I ask a question? Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, we're lucky that we have cameras at the track. There's so much going on just to even get the show going. But I would have loved to ask.
So we are likely going to be on.
Just about.
Get our time.
Yeah, just the difference in ice conditions, like from the beginning of the run to the end of the run, and just how that kind of plays out. So yeah, I do think there will also be some shuffling. We'll have to see. We'll just have to see. But when it's this humid, when there's water on the ground, like look at this puddle. Like this isn't ice. This is water. The ice changes so much. So they're going to do a nice spritz. They're going to do a nice spritz. They're going to scrape. They're going to make the ice really great. But then towards the end of the run, it just gets soft, not as great. And so we could have one of those runs where things just flip all around. So we got to talk to someone yesterday, Maria Louisa. She's around here somewhere. She's everywhere she's everywhere always because she's the one that makes all of this happen. But we roped her down for an interview yesterday, and the reason we wanted to is because that globe that we keep talking about is they're handing out the overall title for the sprint this weekend. This is the last sprint that we're having on tour. So some athletes love sprint. Some athletes have a lot of feelings towards sprint. But we decided to talk to Maria Louisa herself about it, and because she's the one that's created it and that makes it happen. So here's a little bit with her. She's the sports director of the FIL, and here she is. Okay, so we roped down one of the most important people that makes this whole World Cup go around. This is Maria Louisa.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
This is true. Let me give you a little bit of her background really quick. I asked her, I was like, what's your official title? Because I feel that you do everything at the track. So she is officially sports director, but she's the one that puts all the schedules together, where the World Cup's going, all the timing, making sure everyone has their medals, making sure TV is put together. Like, you just...
I'm coordinating. That's all.
Yeah, that's a big job. That's a big job. So thank you for joining us. She's one of the hardest women to get time with. So we're really lucky to have her. So this weekend in Winterberg, we're closing up the sprint competition, and we're doing the overall title of all of it. So really quick, for viewers that don't understand the sprint, explain the sprint in just a few words.
Yeah, the sprint is an additional competition to the classic World Cup, I would say. It's an additional World Cup series, what we are carrying out. And, without having the Sprint World Cup in the series, in the overall World Cup series, we would have less competitions and less World Championship titles and stuff like that, So it's something in addition.
Yes, it's something a little extra that they've added to the World Cup. So in short, pretty much they'll start the timing eye a few curves down the track. So in theory, it gets rid of the start. This plays to the positive for a lot of athletes and plays to the negative for a lot of athletes, just like any good competition. So we see some breakout stars. We've seen like Jonas Mueller. Well, he's now a world champion, so he's not breakout anymore. But at the time, he was a sprint champion, which was a big deal, whereas in normal World Cups it wasn't quite how he was doing. So the sprint can open up a field of opportunity for a lot of athletes, and then it also can be very frustrating for a lot of athletes. So, so we kind of just want to talk about it. So what are your thoughts on it? Was it really hard to get sprint into like our World Cup circuit?
At the beginning, not hard, but we had to fight a bit, but finally we made it, and the sprint, has a few positive things, everyone can get qualified. It's up to them, it's up to the athletes, everyone can get qualified. And then to be successful in the sprint, of course, you have to make it down clean, means without any driving mistakes. That's the big difference, in compared to the other ones. You still can have a mistake sometimes, a tiny mistake, and you are still successful, The sprint, you really have to make it down clean.
Right. And we saw in Oberhof, Diana Eitberger won by 1,000th of a second to become sprint world champion, which is cool. So you have some cool, I know you didn't want to talk about this paper, but you have some really good things on this paper that she gathered all her thoughts for us. So tell us some of the good info you have about it.
I would just like to say that we have quite a few positive aspects. It's a race from the original start heights, which all the athletes want to have. Instead of sliding from women's start, from men, for example.
Like they do in the
relay. Then, as I said already, everyone can get qualified in compared to the relay, one per nation, per discipline, Here, everyone is getting the chance.
That's a good point. So meaning with the relay, they only can send the best women, best men, and best doubles, whereas you could have two athletes from a nation compete. Just some background on that.
Yeah, okay. Then it is a one-run race. In compared to the Classic World Cup, we have 2 runs. That's also exciting, Then also a small athlete field. We have 15 in each discipline. So that's also different, Then, which is also, I think, especially for TV, important, that you have, after a short time period, you have a result. We have the world champion. Yes. If we just go back a few weeks in Oberhof, like a 2-hour race, and we had 4 world champions.
That's true.
That's exciting.
Yeah, that's true. It is exciting races. So tell us about these globes really quick, these trophies. Every athlete wants these bad boys.
Yeah.
These are a big deal. Do you have any of your own? Or are these recent updated trophies?
What do you mean, in the sprint?
Yeah, like, how some medals they've had, like, over the course of all the years of sliding?
Yeah, no, they are new. They are brand new now, like they are in addition,
Wow. It's very cool. So for you, really quick, I'll let you go because I know you have a lot of things to do, but let's imagine you were sliding right now, do you think you would love the sprint? Do you think the sprint would work to your advantage? Or do you think...
Yes, definitely, because I was not so not so strong at the start. But I was a good slider, making it down the hill. So, I like the sprint, definitely, yeah.
Okay, very cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us. There you have it. That was some really good info about the sprint. I didn't know about it. Thank you. I'm going to keep this I'm going to keep that paper with me. So essentially, it's a new discipline within the World Cup. More money's given out, more medals, more trophies, just another opportunity for athletes to be successful, and more races. Thank you.
It's most important, for all athletes.
That's true. More people can join in on the sprint and everything. So anyways, thank you for joining us. Maybe we can grab you for some more FIL studio stuff, because she's the brains behind everything. So thank you so much, Maria Luisa. Now here's the face to the woman as to why all of us even have jobs and why there's even athletes here for all these World Cups.
Kate, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so we are gearing up for the men's run. Here's a good look. Second Lauf, 12:30. Oh, that was for the Doppelsitzer, but right before, we do have double. We've got a lot of racing for you guys today. We had women's doubles earlier. Now we're mid-men's. We're only halfway through the day, and then we've got our second run. We've got the men's doubles coming up later. So second run is coming up at 12:30 local time. We're going to take a little bit of break, and so are you guys, so you can get geared up for the second run because it's going to be exciting. We've got some people leading that normally aren't sitting in the top 5, specifically Leon Felder. Everyone is rooting for you back home, Leon. We're excited. So everyone take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes to get you ready for the men's run.
sein Besen, jetzt läuft er unten in der Kurve.
Das ist schön. Ihr seid gut drauf. So, ich habe jetzt den Halbtag versprochen. Und morgen habe ich schon einige gesagt, hör mal, wenn ich schon in den Seiten aufschreibe, das morgen in den Seiten hören.
Ah ja?
Und noch mal ein
Stadthaus, alles.
Und ich habe schon gesagt, ich will von der Seite fragen. War das schon mal von der linken Seite? Also sind wir noch Freunde, ne? Also, und pass auf, ich habe meiner Winterberg und da hat man
Are filling back in. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry for the technical difficulties. So we're getting ready for the second round. It's about 10 minutes away. Everyone went, had a nice little lunch break, and now they're back. They're filling in over by the track where the finish is, and they're just ready to go. So yeah, this track I think has been interesting for the men. It's a totally different ball game from double start. The men have to go from the very top, the massive ramp that drops into that first start curve. So we've got a little video to show you the track, our POV video. We attach a GoPro to one of our athletes. They take it down, and you can kind of see exactly what it's like to go down the track. So Siobhan Forgan, she walks us through what makes it difficult, and yeah, why athletes can struggle here and why they also can go really fast here.
This is men's start in Winterberg. Okay, so this is from the top of the track. I'm going to be telling you about the track, but I've never actually been from this start. So I'm just going to do my best. All right, this is a pretty steep and long start ramp. It's not too tricky. This is curve 0. A lot of the athletes struggle with this curve because it's sort of like nothing right after the start too, so that's a little tricky. We're going into curve 1. It's very short, pretty simple up here. This is curve 2. This is kind of where it starts to get tricky. It's very flat through here, so everything that happens is very important. This is a really long curve, and you can sort of see when athletes are looping through there. That's a lot of time. We are into curve 3, back to a smaller curve. Not a lot going on in here, just trying to find some speed. Into 4. This is also where the double starts from, so I'm getting a little bit more familiar now. Again, it's all very flat up here, so it's very technical when you're trying to find time. We're going into curve 5. Not a lot happening, still just very flat. Quickly into curve 6. This is an important curve because it sets you up for Kreisel. This Kreisel is a little different than other Kreisels on the track on different tracks because it's so close to the top. So you're going very slow through here. Well, very slow relatively. And it's, again, still pretty flat. We're going into curve 8. And then this is curve 9. This one is actually where I think it starts to get fun. This curve drops a lot, and you can kind of feel yourself picking up speed in here. This sort of just looks like a continuation of 9, but it's actually curve 10. Me from double start, I barely get onto this curve. From men's start, I'm guessing you get on a little bit more. 11 is a longer curve. You can sort of see when athletes are looping in here again, so you can tell when people are offline. We're going fast now. Into 12, this is the start of the labyrinth. It's a small labyrinth, but this is really a lot of fun down here. Curve 13, and then the big finish curve. This goes super uphill. It's a really long curve. Sometimes you'll see athletes flip off the end. We have done that before. It's not fun. This was Siobhan Forgan. I am a doubles athlete with Sophie Kirkby, and this was Winterberg track.
Thank you, Siobhan, for our POV. She took you down the track from Team USA. So yeah, we're heading into, also, it is cold out here. The humidity is high. It's above 90%. I'm in a few jackets here. I don't understand how this guy, here's the track announcer right here, if you can see. He's in jeans. I don't know how he's in jeans because I'm very cold out here. So, but I think that begs the question of track conditions and is the ice getting faster? Is it getting slower? And we're trying a new talk back feature to see if we can talk back and forth with Emily and Bree. Can you guys hear me right now? Yes?
Yeah, we can.
Incredible. Emily, talk about track conditions when it gets colder like this, and what are athletes thinking? Like, what do you think the guys are thinking right now, mid-race?
Yeah, I think that it's not going to change too much because it feels so cold down there for you because it's damp and humid. Yeah. But I think the reality of the ice is it's not going to be very cold or hard. So, I don't know. I think people will be dissecting their splits to see if their sleds were running and see if they can kind of squeeze any more thousands out for this next run. But overall, we saw some clear, so the Austrians are running, the Germans are running late in the kind of start run, and we'll just have to see what they can tweak for the second run.
I think it'll be interesting to see, but what are you guys thinking about Leon Felder? Because I kind of think he's the story right now, and I hope he stays up there. But Bree, what's your take? You know all the numbers, and you're following the athlete stories.
You know, it's really great to see him up there, and you don't want to discredit someone early off. And he had a great run. Like, it was, you know, from our point of view here, we could see really clean lines. He had a great run. If he can put together another clean run, I think he can hang on to a top 6. But Felix is sick, and he is like, all he knows now is he just needs one more run. So if you're sick and you're thinking, okay, lay one down, he's kind of the dark horse Emily and I were talking about.
Well, also Max Langenhahn came late. Like he was he the last sled? Or I forget how late he was, but his sled setup must be just perfect because he didn't have great ice and he came out on top. What are the Germans freaking doing? What is going on?
Well, I think to your point,
would love to know.
Kate, like it's a casual denim German day, so I think the German team came out in their jeans today, and they're just chilling.
Well, that was Bree who said that, right? Because I'm trying to look at the camera, but they're right there, and I just want to look at them.
That was Bree.
That was Bree. Emily, what are your thoughts as the athlete on this?
Yeah, I think Leon, to his credit, he had a third place start and he had the consistent run with the kind of the little bit of advantage of going on early on. But if he can pull out another start like he had and throw down a clean run, I think that's a great point. Top 6 is a great spot to land for him. Wolfie really has so much potential as well, if we're going to throw the Austrians in there as well, because he had such a big hit on the entrance of 9. And that just scrubbed so much speed. And he still had a lot of speed at the end. So he's really there knocking on the door. He and Felix are going to find their way onto the podium. That's my guess.
Yeah, he had the third fastest speed. Kate, we just got our 2-minute warning. So we are going to switch channels and pass it back to you to also encourage everyone to switch channels to the live race.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This was so fun to have a talk back. Amazing. Also, all women doing the show. That's just super cool. But yeah, that was the 2-minute warning to get ready for the second run. And down here at the finish, this announcer, do you hear this? They are raging down here. Everyone's had their snack. People are hanging out. There's a massive big screen right here, which shows everyone what's going on with the race. But I think that's a good point about Wolfie Kindle. I didn't realize he had that big hit, so he's got a lot of time. But before I send you off, I just want to show you the medals. Hi, Louisa. That was the woman talking about sprint. Look at these bad boys. Look how pretty they are. They can on a nice little, wow, making these things feel special. The cushions are out here. Those are just looking good. So these are going to be awarded after this run. Hopefully we'll have a post-game interview. We'll be able to get to talk to some of the men and how they're doing. And then we're going to jump into the doubles race. So hopefully we've got some massive Luge fans out there because we're showing you so much sliding today. And then we've got a whole day 2 of it tomorrow. So everybody switch over to the live feed. You'll be able to hear Bree and Emily. They're so knowledgeable. They know so much about the sport. So yeah, these are great commentators. Elsa was incredible earlier. So everyone jump over to the World feed and we'll see you there and we'll see you after the race.
zweiten Durchgang. Hamza Pleo aus Bosnien kann Max Langenhahn gewinnt das hier vor Jonas Müller und Felix Loch. Wir beginnen in wenigen Augenblicken dann auch direkt mit der sogenannten Flower Ceremony der kleinen Sieger.
Incredible finish by Max Langenhahn, 3/10 ahead in first place. That was an exciting finish for him. He's been so dominant in the races that he's been in. He had an injury at the beginning of the season. I believe it might have been last season, or it was in a training run, and he missed the first few World Cups, and then every World Cup he's been in, he's been on top of the podium. So very cool for Max Langenhahn. Jonas Müller, world champion, sitting in second, and then Felix Loch with the bronze.
Wir beginnen mit der Flower Ceremony, der dritte Platz. The third place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Felix Loch! Der zweite Platz, the second place, aus Österreich, representing Austria, Jonas Müller! Und der Gewinner, der erste Platz, the winner, first place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Max Langenhahn! Fotos mit Blümchen. Das ist auch für die Kollegen des Fernsehens, damit wir natürlich Sicherheitsfotos haben. Und nur kurz darauf bleiben Sie bei uns. Es gibt auch gleich nochmal die große Siegerehrung mit den Medaillen und der deutschen Nationalmannschaft.
All right, here's a look at our overall standings. Felix Loch in first with Dominik Fischnoller in second. I know that we do have overall with sprint and without sprint, so I'm not sure which one this is specifically, but we will be handing out the sprint overall title for this year. We may get another look. Okay, so here's another set of World Cup standings. So this is with sprint. Dominik Fischnoller still leads about 100 points ahead of Felix Loch. Felix is in it for that overall title. He wants it bad. Wolfie Kindle, I believe, was sitting in third, so he moved up a little bit, which is really cool. So Dominik Fischnoller will remain in the yellow bib. Congratulations to him. That was a big deal, but that was a fun finish. Leon Felder couldn't quite hang on to what he wanted. I'm just looking at the times right here. Leon Felder ended up in 6th place, but he was in 3rd. And I saw him as he was walking off, and he was bummed. He's like, dang it. But he's a young athlete. I believe he's only 21 years old, so he's got a lot of time, and he's got a big future ahead of him. Okay, so Dominik Fischnoller ended up in 4th place. He's had an incredible season. He's medaled in just about every race. He was just off the podium this time around, so not enough for him. And then Wolfie Kindle finishing in 5th. He's fast, but I believe it was the mistake with his first run that cost him a little bit. And Jonas Müller, loving his life. He's wearing the World Championship bib. That was such a cool win for him a couple weeks ago in Oberhof, and then he was able to hang on today and finish with his 2nd place. So we still have more racing for you guys. We've got a little break right here that's going to get us set up for our doubles competition. Max Langenhahn and Felix Loch, they're talking to German TV. Jonas Müller's talking to Austrian TV. They've got, they're there right over there. There's Jonas. Felix over there. I did hear that Felix has been sick this week. He wasn't sliding yesterday. He took the session off. So this was a big deal for him to come back and finish up on the podium. He really wants that overall title, and he's one win. No, I wouldn't say he's one win away, but he's 100 points, which is 100 points is one full win. So we'll see. Can I talk to you, Max? I think he might have gotten doping control. Usually when they win, they have to go pee in a cup for somebody, and they have to, do all the things. When you're a winner, sometimes it's hard because what happens is if you finish top 3, you get doping control, and then they pick one random person within. But his whole fan club right here, I've been hearing these chants for the last 2 weeks because in Oberhof they were freaking out for him. And then last week when he won in Altenburg, they were also, I mean, these German fans just follow these athletes all the way around. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. They take their luge very seriously here, and it's just cool to see. So congratulations to Max Langenhahn. I don't know if you guys could see, but his hand was taped. So he's kind of having to deal with that injury that he's been figuring out. But they are going to head into our anthem. Yeah, that's right. They're running right into it. So we'll show you guys a little bit of that, and maybe we'll come back right afterwards and we'll be able to talk to some of them.
EBERSPÄCHER Rennrunde-Weltcup in der Felddienst Eisarena, Einsitzer der Männer. Men's Singles Award Ceremony. Der dritte Platz, the third place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Felix Loh! Die Medaille überreicht wieder Markus Brock. Der zweite Platz, World Second Place, aus Österreich, representing Austria, Jonas Müller! Und der Sieger, der erste Platz, the winner, first place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Max Langenhahn! Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, Ladies and Gentlemen, zu Ehren des Siegers Max Langenhahn darf ich Sie jetzt um die Aufmerksamkeit für die Nationalhymne der Bundesrepublik Deutschland bitten. To honor our winner Max Langenhahn, please listen now to the national anthem of Germany. Der Sieger beim EBERSPÄCHER Rennrunde-Weltcup 2023 in der Felddienst Eisarena. Max Langenhahn, zweiter Platz, Jonas Müller, dritter Platz, Felix Loch. Die Fotos werden gemacht, wir kommentieren noch eine Menge Interviews. Von daher bleiben Sie bei uns um 15:03 Uhr. Also in 31 Minuten geht es hier weiter mit dem Wettbewerb Doppelsitzer der Männer in half an hour. We continue with the Men's Doubles Competition. Und derweil gibt es Unterhaltung aus dem Kreise vom Kollegen Wilhelm Bayert.
Max is throwing out his bib. I swear, his fan club goes hard for him. They follow him all over the country. Super cool for Max. Here's the alcohol-free. No, it's alcohol-free. It's alcohol-free.
Alcohol-free, I didn't take it.
Yeah, you won't do it. They're trying to hand out the alcohol-free alcohol. Max won't take it. That's hilarious. But again, congratulations to Max. He's hanging out with his medal. He has so many of those now. It's crazy. Is it heavy? Is it heavy?
No.
It's a little heavy. I know.
You can take it.
You have so many.
Not that heavy.
Oh, wow. You have so many now.
Yeah.
Did you? We saw, I counted, you've been on the podium every race that you've been in since your injury.
Crazy, oh. Yeah.
Did you plan that?
No. I think, like last week I said, I haven't the pressure for the overall, so I can take every race how I'm feeling, and I take it how it comes. So yeah, I'm happy that it's now running like hell. Yeah.
Is this okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I think 3 races now, and then I can look with the doctors what has happened through the season, because it was fractured in December and it was not clearly healthy again. And it's still fractured, but yeah, come on. 3 weeks and then the season is over.
Summer break.
And then summer.
And you're going on vacation.
Yeah.
Winning is so exhausting, I'm sure.
No. It makes you happy and it gives you more power for the next weeks.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one question and then you have people. Yeah. What's the secret to winning? What if you had to share the wealth, what is it?
Oh, I think a good start, a good omega. I think you lost the most time in the upper part in 1, 2, and 3 in this section. And then, you have to slide clearly from 8 to 9, and then, feeling comfy from 11 to 13. And then, normally, then you get the speed.
You need a TED Talk. You know what a TED Talk is?
No.
A TED Talk in America is when you share your expertise because you're so smart about something.
Okay.
Or you write a book.
Okay.
That was your TED Talk. That was the TED Talk.
I was speaking with Tucker and Johnny after the race in Oberhof, after World Champs. They was like, come on, give us the secrets from Oberhof. And I was like, come on, we sit down at the party, and we were watching on YouTube the video again of Tucker and Johnny. I was telling them what they did wrong, what they can do better next year.
You're already a coach.
Yeah. No.
You're good.
Like, I give them small advices to get better in shape, yeah.
You're so kind. Congratulations on your win.
You.
We're so excited for you.
Thank you.
You're incredible. Go talk to your people now. Incredible. I totally stole him for that interview. Thankfully, he was easygoing about it. So yeah, here's their, look at this shot. Look at this shot. Wow. Yeah, get excited, boys. This is a video. Olympic champion. Wait, what was that word? What's that word?
It's like cheering.
Just cheer, fun. Just cheering. Super cool. Felix Lach is probably the most dominant German athlete we have ever seen, and it seems like a little bit like he's passing the torch to Max. Max has done incredibly well. And then Felix has just won so many Olympic medals. So I'm sure we'll see Max in the future. He's got so much ahead of him. So we can see the finish has cleared. This is like a runway now. Everyone's gonna go get ready. The fans clear out. Everybody is out of here. They're going and getting their snacks. And luge is a funny sport, you know. They're here for the finish. Well, they're smart fans. They're here for the good part. And then they leave to go get food, and they come back for the good part. So we have doubles coming up. I forget the time. Let me check my timing with it. Or it may come up on the screen right here. But I believe we're coming on at 2 o'clock. Okay, so we're going to come on at 2 o'clock. And the time right now, I also need to check because... Okay, we've got 25 minutes until the first of the doubles. We're gonna they're gonna go back to where the women started. They're gonna go down from that ramp. And it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be, I don't know how well they've been training this week, but we're gonna take a little break. We'll come back and we'll introduce, but we've got a little video for you on the labyrinth with the track. It's one of the harder parts of the track where people either lose a lot of time or they make up a lot of time. So we went to the labyrinth to kind of show you about it. So here's a little video on that. So this is one of the more crucial parts of the track here in Winterberg. We just showed you curve 11, which is a massive curve, which heads into 12, 13, and 14. This is what they call the labyrinth, and this is where you're going to see a lot of time lost in this area. So I'll break it down for you as to why it's so important. So curve 11, the big one that we just saw, has a really long exit. And this is kind of where the rocket boosters turn on for the sleds that go from the men's and women's at the top of the track. The top part of the track is more flat, and then this is where it really slopes downhill into the labyrinth. So this transition right here is going to be the moneymaker for a lot of people. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep their height on 11. They have to push their height, because if they drop down, then they just create problems for themselves. So they want to have height, and they want to get crossed over to this curve, to curve 12. So these next few curves, early in, early out is what we like to say. And you want to get into the flow, into the rhythm of it. What happens is if you go too middle or you go late, either you're just going to go straight up to the woods. The woods we call hitting woods is when you just hit the top of the track. You go straight into it. You're either going to hit woods or it's just going to flip you right over. You really have to get early on these curves to kind of catch the nice trajectory and to get that push into the next one. So if you go middle, it pretty much ruins your momentum and your rhythm for the rest of the track. And then you're really going to pay for it in curve 14, which you probably can't see right here, but the last curve you can see, it says Zeal curve, is actually very steep uphill. So what that means is if you lose time here, you're going to lose velocity, which is just going to get compounded into the last curve in curve 14. So this is going to be just a huge crux of the track. So keep your eyes open for this part, because we'll see races. We'll see the race won here or lost here, and we can bet the Germans, because it's their home track, they know this rhythm really well. But it all starts with the previous curve. So if an athlete is offline, then this is just where it's all going to happen. So everyone watch for the bottom part of the track. Now you know how it works. You can kind of see the natural lines of the what the sleds are taking, the digging into the ice that you can see. It goes early, comes off, goes early to 13, and then early to 14. So there's the magic line for it, but it's just a matter of actually making it happen.
Environmental friendly heating with renewable energy. That's what the name Gassner has been standing for 4 decades. Maximum heating comfort, innovative technology and lowest emission standards. A heating system from Gassner can be recognized by one thing above all: decades of reliability. Whether pellets, logs or wood chips, change to a biomass heating solution by Gassner. Biomass heating technology.
Okay, so we're in between events for the FIL Studio show. Obviously, we've shown the finish. There's so many people here, and then they all leave.
But not so much like in Oberhof.
Yeah, so many in Oberhof. So this is Merle Frebel. How do you say your name?
My name? Yeah. Merle.
Merle.
But Merle, it's okay. That's my nickname.
Merle.
Yeah.
Because it's spelled M-E-R-L-E.
Yes.
So in America, we'd say Merle.
Yes, I know. The first time in America, my name was Merle at the track. And now they say Merle, I think. In Whistler, they say Merle. And now it's my nickname at the German team.
That's so funny, Merle. So Merle Frebel. She's from Oberhof, so her home track is in Oberhof, where we had World Championships. You had a whole fan club there. And we see a whole fan club here for Max. Do they travel and follow you around?
They only stay for the World Championships and maybe a little...
They'll come to different races here and there.
Yeah, and not so many will come to Winterberg maybe, or no one. My boyfriend is sick right now, so...
Is he what? What's his name?
Tom.
Tom. I'm sorry you're sick. Hopefully he's watching this. Do you want to say?
I will send him this.
So, does he normally come to your races?
We not so long in a relationship, so this is the first year, first season. He is my boyfriend.
You're figuring it out on the season. It's hard to do. Also, I'm supposed to be trying to speak in German. That was an agreement we made. I try and speak in German. She tries to speak in English because we're both embarrassed about our language. But your English is better than my German. But your boyfriend, it's hard when you're traveling. But it's easier for Germans because you could see each other sometimes because you come home and stuff.
Yeah, that's right. But he's not living in Oberhof. He's living in Hanover. That's 3 hours away from Oberhof, so it's really hard to see in the season.
He's dating a world famous athlete. Does he know this?
Yes, I think so.
He should. Tom, if you don't know this, she's a big deal. And she's very good at what she does. And we're lucky to have her. So, dieses Jahr ist dein erstes Jahr on the Senioren Circuit, right? It's her first year on the senior circuit. Was ist der Unterschied zwischen Junioren and seniors? What's the difference between juniors and seniors?
He has so much better slider. They have so much experience at the sport. And and you have a start time. So you can start on the minute.
Oh, like it's more scheduled.
Yes. And at the juniors, you don't have this. You have to look in the start room. Oh, there goes number 11 and I'm number 12, so I go with him.
Oh, that is so funny. Das ist sehr lustig. Ich habe nicht gedacht. I never thought about this because that's so true. So the juniors, what age? What age is juniors?
I start slide at juniors with 15 years. That's really early. The others, normally it's at 16, 17 years you start there. And then you can drive to 21.
So 21. So when they make the jump, so every athlete you see, they were all in juniors. So you probably slid in juniors with many of the athletes. There's a lot. So they all know each other when they're younger as teenagers, and then they all make the jump to seniors. And there's so many more cameras and people, and there's bleacher. Did they have this for juniors? No,
not.
It's just like your parents that come to the track.
That's right, or the grandparents or friends, but not a fan club.
So how big, wie viele Leute ist dein Fanclub?
20 people, I think.
There's 20 people in your fan club.
Maybe they will grow the next year.
I think so. I think so too. So, was fühlst du? How do you feel about dein erstes Jahr an Senioren?
It was okay, but I have a big ego.
Okay. Good word. That was a good word.
And so I'm not so happy with many of these results, like Park City 11th place, that was not so good. Or last week in Altenberg, I was not happy about that place.
What place did you get in Altenberg?
Ninth. Yeah, and I don't know. It's okay for my first year, but it don't makes me so happy.
You know, this is the difference between a German and an American because I'm like, ninth. That was great. But you Germans are so competitive. You have so many people that if you don't do well, someone will come up and take your spot. So I think ninth place is incredible. Congratulations. But I do understand how it's a different world. It's almost like, would you say Germans are more competitive with each other than the other countries?
I don't think so. I think it's the same like in other countries.
Okay, interesting. Well, I know you didn't really want to talk to me right now, but I'm glad you did. Your English is incredible, Merle Frebel. I'm so excited to watch your career because I feel like it's so fun to watch the younger Germans because you're so talented and you don't realize how talented you are and you'll start to see how well you do. So are you nervous for tomorrow?
A little bit.
Wait, why? You're so strong, you're a good athlete.
Yeah, but training was not so well. The last training was good yesterday, but the other one's not, and I don't get it with corner 2. So maybe tomorrow I drive good, and maybe not, but I hope so.
Do you have like a lucky, anything lucky that you do before a race? Like lucky shoes or socks?
No, nothing. Maybe I hear music that's different between the races. When I need it, then I hear music, and if not, then not.
Okay, last question. What's your best song that gets you ready?
I don't know. That's also different.
Just tell us one. Just give me one.
I don't have.
Is it Beyonce?
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, me too.
I like her.
When you have your playlist, send it to me and we'll talk about music. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I'll let you go. There's so much happening right now, so you've got stuff to do. Thank you. Merle Frebel, is there anything you want to say to people at home in German?
Hi.
Incredible. Incredible. I love that. Thank you so much. We'll see you later, Merle. Incredible. She always gets nervous talking to me, but I think her English is perfect. And I think she's warming up to me. But hopefully her boyfriend will be watching this. She's incredible and fun. You're a lucky guy. Not my spectators, my commentators up in the booth, they can hear me. So we're getting ready for the doubles. Elsa Desmond is joining us again. She did women's doubles, but headed into men's doubles. What are you guys feeling? What's the vibe over men's doubles?
Thanks, Kate. Yes, I am here with Elsa in the booth. Thank you so much for joining me again. I know we had a bit of a break there between women's doubles and men's doubles. So, looking at the men's start list, Kate was just asking what, anything we're anticipating in the men's doubles race. I mean, I think, they're aside from the obvious of Germany, Egert, Benneken, and the Tobys, yada yada. So, outside of that, I think their third German sled. Oh, what do I say? Yes. Olermunder and Gaubitz. I mean, it is a German track, but what are your thoughts?
I mean, they are a less experienced double than the other two that we've been seeing winning gold medals for as long as I've been sliding.
Yeah.
But as you said, they're not the youngest on this race. They do have a huge amount of experience on these German tracks. They do stand a shot at a medal, definitely, but it's going to be really tough for them. There are some other good sleds in this race. I think Bots and Plume, as usual, despite being the youngsters, they are definitely ones to watch. They have such an exciting future ahead of them. So we'll see what they can do. Some other sleds to watch, remembering that there is races within the race for the lower rankings. Everyone's going out there and really trying to put down a good run. So lots of these teams that came through the Nations Cup will also be trying to get good, clean times today.
Yeah, we've got a big start list. I mean, 18 sleds for the men's doubles race. It's really cool to see as we cruise into the end of the season that we're getting more and more athletes coming out, that the women's doubles and men's doubles races are pretty stacked here. So I understand it's Sean Hollander's birthday.
Is it?
I believe his 23rd.
Yes, he's born 2000, so it'll be his 23rd today.
So that is always fun to race under. I hope the track knows that, so he can get her ass down there. Maybe if Kate's hearing me, sorry for covering the camera. Yeah, she's got it. All right, get him. So Kate, I think, you know, we're looking at probably a Germany, and I think the Bots Plume.
I think they're one to watch.
Ones to watch.
I feel like we're used to seeing them, but it's fun that Bots Pluma is doing so well. The young guys, Robot. You know they call themselves Robot. Have you guys seen that?
They call themselves Robot. No.
Okay, they have on their hat that says Robot because it's Robert's. Tell me their first names again.
Oh, Robot's Plume, Rob. Yeah.
Martin's Bots and Robert Pluma, I believe. So, Robot. It's perfect. Their fan club, you know, because everybody has a fan club. Their fan club figured it out in Latvia. So in Latvia, they all had Robot all over. How fun is that?
That's super fun. Kate was just saying that the fans figured out that Bots Plume, when you combine their names, they're the Robot.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much. You guys, I don't know what our time check is, but you guys got to get ready for the world feed. We're going to switch everybody over in just a second. But yeah, starting off, we have China as our first sled with doubles, which you know how I feel about China. I love China, that they're on the circuit. It's such a big deal that we get the Chinese team out here because it's so much work to get these athletes out onto the circuit, and all the smaller countries, and Elsa gets it with Ireland. She's the coach, the athlete, the physio. She is everything for Ireland. So we just love having these smaller nations. So before we jump into it, we're going to show you a little bit of the track. If you're just tuning in for the first time, we're here with Winterberg. It's our first day of racing, and I believe this is our 7th location on the World Cup circuit. It's been quite the season. We've been all over the world. But before we get into doubles, we're going to show you the track, a POV video. We attached a GoPro to one of our sleds, and we went down from the top of the track. And Siobhan Forgan from Team USA, she walks us through the difficulties and why this track can be hard for a lot of people. So here's the POV.
This is men's start in Winterberg. Okay, so this is from the top of the track. I'm going to be telling you about the track, but I've never actually been from this start. So I'm just going to do my best. All right, this is a pretty steep and long start ramp. It's not too tricky. This is curve 0. A lot of the athletes struggle with this curve because it's sort of like nothing right after the start too, so that's a little tricky. We're going into curve 1. It's very short, pretty simple up here. This is curve 2. This is kind of where it starts to get tricky. It's very flat through here, so everything that happens is very important. This is a really long curve, and you can sort of see when athletes are looping through there. That's a lot of time. We are into curve 3, back to a smaller curve. Not a lot going on in here, just trying to find some speed. Into 4. This is also where the double start starts from, so I'm getting a little bit more familiar now. Again, it's all very flat up here, so it's very technical when you're trying to find time. We're going into curve 5. Not a lot happening, still just very flat. Quickly into curve 6. This is an important curve because it sets you up for Kreisel. This Kreisel is a little different than other Kreisels on the track on different tracks because it's so close to the top. So you're going very slow through here. Well, very slow relatively. And it's, again, still pretty flat. We're going into curve 8. And then this is curve 9. This one is actually where I think it starts to get fun. This curve drops a lot, and you can kind of feel yourself picking up speed in here. This sort of just looks like a continuation of 9, but it's actually curve 10. Me from double start, I barely get onto this curve. From men's start, I'm guessing you get on a little bit more. 11 is a longer curve. You can sort of see when athletes are looping in here again, so you can tell when people are offline. We're going fast now. Into 12, this is the start of the labyrinth. It's a small labyrinth, but this is really a lot of fun down here. curve 13, and then the big finish curve. This goes super uphill. It's a really long curve. Sometimes you'll see athletes flip off the end. We have done that before. It's not fun. This was Siobhan Forgan. I am a doubles athlete with Sophie Kirkby, and this was Winterberg track.
You're so welcome. We took you down the track, so now you don't have to do it. Everybody else can do it for you, but now you know what it's like to be on the sled and be on the ice, just what it feels like to be in those curves. So we've got the men's doubles first run coming up. This is our last race of day one, so everybody switch over to the world feed. That's it for our FIL studio show, getting you ready for the doubles race, and we'll see you after the first run.
Und damit den dritten und letzten Wettbewerb hier bei diesem Eberspächer Rennrodel-Weltcup in der Betis Eisarena. Und Sie kennen es natürlich, auch dieser Wettbewerb ist ein offizieller Wettbewerb des Internationalen Rennrodelverbandes der FIL, und deswegen beginnt dieser Wettbewerb auch mit der offiziellen Hymne. Of course, also the main doubles competition is an official competition of the Fédération Internationale de Luge, and so we're gonna start the competition with the official anthem of the FIL. Mit dem letzten Ton der Hymne sind es noch 4 Minuten bis zum Start. We're gonna start in 4 minutes.
Ja. Zwei Minuten bis zum Start. We're gonna start in 2 minutes. Flying the ball, King Junju from the People's Republic of China will be the first of the handles. In the first round, die erste Starter diesen Weltcup, ein Doppel aus China, Flying the ball und King Junju. 40 Startnummern der Deutschen. Doppel mit der 13, Tobias Sascha Benecke mit der 14, Hannes Auermünder und Paul Gubitz. Und mit der 16 übrigens Tobias Silber und Tobias Alt. Eine Minute bis zum Start, we're gonna start in 1 minute.
30 Sekunden noch, dann beginnt der dritte Wettbewerb hier beim Eberspächer Rennrundenweltcup in der Felddienst Eisarena. 18 Starter, 18 Doppel am Start und schon mit der Startnummer 6 kommt das erste Doppel, das hier um den Sieg mitfahren kann. Die unglaublich starken Juri Gatt und Ricardo Schöpf aus Österreich. Mit der 8 dann Scholl-Koller, ebenfalls Österreich. Mit der Frausche aus Österreich. Mit der 9, die können schon mal die Zeiten setzen. Die Daten mit der Deutschen habe ich Ihnen gerade gesagt. Blanc, Hugo und Winterberg sind die ersten und jetzt.
This
3,08 the start time for Blanc from the People's Republic of China. Den Startrekord hat die Eberspächer mit 2,898, 3 genauso wie den Bahnrekord mit 42,94. Diesen Erfolg zu entgreifen, kann ich hören und nicht sehen.
Also hier geht es uns richtig, richtig gut und wenn ihr das auch wollt, dann kommt doch einfach zu uns, denn ich sag mal, sehe ich da was raus am Himmel? Sehe ich da Himmelblau? Nein, es liegt der Himmel, es sind einige blauen Augen, Freunde. Wir machen Party hier im Kreisel, kommt gerne zu uns.
All right, that was the finish of the first run for doubles. A little bit of action there with our final Latvian sled. A nice little crash at the end of the finish. I'm just putting my gloves back on because it's chilly out here. It's humid and it's chilly. So on the world's feed, we just saw the results. Wendell Arlt currently in first place. I believe there's a little bit of a lead there, but it's the second, third, fourth, fifth. The song. I'm sorry. I've heard the song so many Oh, people aren't listening, but this usually gets the crowd going. I don't know if you can hear it either. Anyways, Kate, so from 2 to 5, there's a little bit of time there. I think we'll see a little bit of shuffling, but Austria, doubles team for Austria, they're coming up big. 3 within the top 5. Pretty incredible. And then Egger Bennekin. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're okay.
Did you get a good scrape? Hold on, let's see.
No.
No? Oh, you have right there. That's good. That's good. Oh, that's good too. That's the moneymaker. Yeah, their suits get a little scuffed. Little bit of ice burn. That's not very fun. And you can't really wear that suit again. So that, I don't know if you could really see it on camera, but that little fluff that was going on, that actually can cost a lot of time. So they will probably turn that suit into a practice suit, and then they'll have another race suit. I want to see if he has another one. But they're looking at their splits right now. So up on the screen, it shows all of the splits. It tells them what ranking each split was. So that's kind of what they're diving into. Yeah, so it says like rank 10, 10, 10. And they're saying, okay, we were slower here, we were faster here. But for these Latvians specifically, you could see they were just kind of bleeding time as it went on. Finished with a 44.069, so not what they're looking for, but you're able to look at the splits and say, okay, that timing is out of curve 12, and we were this slow here, and we were this slow here, so you can kind of like doctor your run and what happened and all the things that happened with it. So I would love to ask them some questions, but I don't think it's the time to interrupt that train of thought. They're pretty glued to it. But I just want to know if they have a backup suit with them, because a lot of athletes will come to the track with backup suits. So yeah, a little bit of unfortunate, nice smattering of Latvia. Wait, I have a quick question. Do they bring backup suits?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he crashed. Is he gonna have a brand new suit? Does he have a backup suit?
Around the world.
He's like, yeah. Did you bring a backup suit?
No.
So today.
I will run to hotel for a new one.
Okay, great. I love it. He's going to run to the hotel for a new one. Yeah, the suits are a huge part of the sport. I'm going to move my camera guy over just a little bit. Some suits can be a tenth or two faster than their practice suits, so they make a very big difference. We'll say bye to the Latvian team. Thank you for the nod. Hello, my commentating friends up there. Bree can hear me. Bree, how was that first run? Let me hear the debrief of what you guys think.
Yeah, the debrief. You know, Elsa and I were quite surprised. I think I will speak for Elsa. I'll throw it to you in a second. But a really surprisingly interesting race here. You usually expect the Germans to just bow, 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 wonder how things are going to go after that. But Elsa, your thoughts looking at the rankings here?
Yes, certainly not what I was expecting at all. I was expecting Germany 1-2. I'm not hugely surprised by Bots and Plume being in the medals. They've had such a fantastic season, and they really have been sliding very well. But for me, the young Austrian double is a surprise, sitting in second.
Yeah, Gat Schupp, and especially seeing 3 Austrian sleds in the top 5. It just, I mean, for a third race of the day, a bit baffling, and I'll be very curious what happens with Team Germany and Egert Bennekin there.
Yeah, Germany certainly will have been hoping for a German 1-2-3. As I said, I think there may have been a sled setup issue. We didn't see any major mistakes, but it's so difficult for us to tell just on the cameras. There may have been skids we couldn't see or hear, so there may have been mistakes that they need to clean up.
Yeah, and to be determined. It'll be very interesting to see if they have like an identical run and go a half second faster.
In which case it may well be a setup thing going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's going to jump, Germans are prone to doing that. But it's not like we have weather-changing things here. The track seems to have been holding quite well for the whole day.
Yeah, certainly. If we look at like last season, the Nations Cup, I think it slowed about 3 seconds during the Women's Nations Cup from first to last starter, just in one run. So it really is holding up very well. Well done to the track crew. It may be bumpy, but it's not slowing.
Yeah, really important. At fair race conditions, that's all you can ask for. So any predictions going into Heat 2?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Germans moving up the rankings. I think it's going to be really tough for them to get into the medals from their current positions. I do expect Rendell to stay in the gold. It really is theirs to lose at this point. I think Bots-Plumen will stay in there, and whether Gattenschaft can hold their nerve for the second run.
Yeah, it's always a question for a young team. All right, you heard it here. Will Gut and Schupp hang on? Bots and Plume obviously have the experience, and then we're going to keep an eye on Egert Bennekin. We're going to throw back to Kate and wave. That's our throw.
Thank you so much, Bree. We're here at the finish. So I just grabbed Marcus Prock, which I know you're with FIL this weekend, but he coaches the Austrian team. But also, if you don't know who, I almost called you Papa Prock because now you're a grandfather. His daughter,
grandfather, yes.
Yeah, his daughter Nina just had a baby. But Marcus Prock is one of the all-time greats within the sport. We interviewed Schorsch last weekend, and now we get to interview you this weekend. I don't know how many medals you have, but can you just, too many to count, honestly, so many. So how has it been from being an athlete to the coach, and now you work with FIL? You've done everything in the sport.
Yeah, it's everything different. Of course, athlete, you watch only that you bring the best performance. As a coach or manager, or you have to look that the whole team has everything, everybody, that they have good coaches and good material, and school and army or police, and this is the big work for me. And now I'm here for representative for FIL. I'm also in the executive board from the FIL, and so this is the work for this week.
Luge is a lifestyle. Yeah, it's every part of it. How did you race here in Winterberg as an athlete? Was this one of your good tracks?
No, Winterberg was not a very good track for me. I don't like it, but I won one World Cup. I was one time second, and I don't know, very often place 3, but I was place 3 also on the World Championships here, but not a real one for the favorite tracks.
Wait, why not? Why wasn't it your favorite?
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't imagine you don't have a favorite track because you were so good on every track.
No, I have, of course I have favorite tracks, but Winterberg was not one of the favorite tracks. I don't know why. I think I don't feel the pressure very good in some curves. Maybe this was the thing, and also the weather was always very difficult, and this is the reason, I think.
Amazing. So Austria, we can't see on that screen because it's opposite, but Austria has 3 doubles teams in the top 5. What's the secret? Do you have the secret?
The secret is that we have a good Nachwuchs, good scouting team, scouting program.
Recruitment.
We have many young kids sliding. This is very important. We have in the last 6 years, 3 doubles finished. Benz Fischler, Treuer Knoll, they was junior world champions. Schmidt-Strickner, 3 finished, and now we have again 3. This is the very good work from the coaches, scouting team, from the kids.
You guys do really well at pairing people. So like, for people that don't know, sometimes, like they're brothers or they're cousins and they've been racing together for a long time. But like Frauscher has been with other people, and so how do you pair someone? Do you say, you and you go on a date and see if you get along?
Yeah, of course the coaches watch and see who would be a good couple for doubles. but yeah. But we have also some that one guy said, no, I don't want to go with him. Yeah. This is, but then, yeah, it's
and
also.
Do you make them and you say, you don't get to choose, you have to? Or you say, no, it's okay?
No. If they are not really friends and then it's not easy. Yeah. No.
That's the secret. Make sure that your doubles partner is your friend, because that's a long season and career to have with someone that you don't really like. But doubles in Austria, you've had such a long history. Pens Fischler, incredible. Now Peter Pens is a coach. Linger, one of the most incredible doubles teams that you've had. So congratulations. I know we're just one run in. We have a second run to go. But what are your feelings on the second run?
Yeah, Wendell, they are the favorites for this race. And I hope that one Austrian is on the podium.
Okay, great. You heard it. Thank you so much, Marcus. I should know. Actually, I shouldn't know because he has so many freaking medals. So back in the day, it was George Hackel, Marcus Prock, Armin Ziegler, Duncan Kennedy, like top dogs. So he pretty much created Luge into what it is today. And his daughter's slid. His daughter's currently sliding in the race. So anyway, super cool to catch up with Marcus Prock. It's so fun just to hang out with the people of the sport and really get to know them, which is what we did this week with Athlete of the Week. We chose Johnny Gustafson from USA. Really interesting guy, great personality, and just fun to hang out with. We caught up with him yesterday, I believe, where the weather was a little bit better, but he was so fun to talk to. So here's Johnny Gustafson for anyone that doesn't know him. Okay, here in Winterberg, we have our Athlete of the Week, Johnny Gustafson from USA, US of A. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, happy to be here. Happy to be doing the interview.
It's so fun doing these Athlete of the Weeks because we get to really get to know people outside of spandex. So really quick, tell us where you're from and what is your town about? How did you get here today?
Okay, that's a lot of questions.
Sorry, that was one. We'll start with.
No, I got this. Okay, where I'm from. Originally, I'm from Messina, New York. It's a small little town at the very top of New York on the Canadian border. And we got 10,000 people there. So a little bit of a smaller town. I lived there for 14 or 15 years, I would say, before I relocated to Lake Placid.
Very well known for luge athletes, I assume?
I mean, now, for sure, yeah. No, it's a kind of... I don't want to say standard North Country town because I think it's one of the best ones. But
wait, what does that mean, standard North Country? So for anyone people are watching this from all over the world. So describe what that means.
How do I best describe the North Country? It's an eclectic place. There's a lot of different types of people around. A lot of farms, a little bit of that. A lot of open land, a lot of outside activities. A lot of hockey as well, which is always fun.
Okay, so hockey, are you almost Canadian? Because should you be competing for Canada?
I hear that a lot from my teammates. I was hoping I wouldn't hear that from you. No, I'm not Canadian. Okay. We're not almost Canadian. We're very much in New York, very much in USA.
In USA, do you have poutine in your hometown?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so we're a little bit of hybrid, which is okay. So it's a big hockey town. So how did you choose sliding instead of hockey?
Well, I did start with hockey. I played a lot of sports growing up. Hockey was probably my main one. And I guess, I just liked the ice. And so luge was an easy transition, go from ice on skates to ice on, sled on skates, kind of, when you think about it.
Big ice guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, big crushed ice in a drink or big ice?
Oh, crushed ice for sure.
I agree.
It just tastes better.
Okay, so if you weren't sliding, if luge wouldn't have swept you up into this whole world, what do you think you would be doing now?
Oh man, that's a tough one. It's a world of possibilities, if you will. Probably would have played hockey for a little longer than I did. I probably would have. I don't know. I always wanted to be an engineer. That was kind of the one thing that I wanted to do when I was growing up. But fully transitioned to luge. That's something that still could be down the road. But I would say probably that. Probably working some job right now. I don't know what.
Making incredible money. What kind of engineer? What kind of engineer?
Aerospace was something I was always interested in, but I have a lot of buddies who are engineers now, or somewhere in that realm, and so it's kind of fun to see what they're doing. It's similar to something that I maybe would have done.
So aerospace engineering to luge athlete. Okay, that's fun. If I knew more about engineering, I would ask you more about it because
If I knew more about engineering, I would tell you more about it. But
it's so fascinating. So do you think any of that, does that make you really intrigued by your sled? Like I feel like engineering and mechanics and like building and creating, I feel like there's a big portion of that in sliding.
yeah, there's a huge portion of that. I think the technical side of luge it's the biggest side. It's way more than the physical aspect. Maybe the mental aspect is probably the most, but technical is a close second. So just being able to see what you can do with the sled and make it go faster, it's a really cool concept.
Okay, so after this sport, you're going to become an engineer. You're going to make insane money. So let's say you strike your $1 million check. What would you do for $1 million if you had it?
Ooh.
It could be anything. You can be so creative with this.
It's I want to say the standard, pay off debts, give some to my friends and family. But besides all that goodwill stuff that I would do, probably get a house in the woods, put a little library in there, and just kind of chill, watch some movies, read some books, isolate a little bit. I'd probably have a big party, but yeah.
A library. Are you a big reader?
On and off. It depends what kind of mood I'm in. I go through stints where I'll read nonstop for like a month and I won't touch a book for a year. So kind of back and forth.
Okay, so give us a book report on your favorite book.
Book report, okay.
Not a book report, but what's your favorite book?
Favorite book has got to be Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. It's it's like a fantasy-esque fiction novel, or nonfiction. Yeah, nonfiction. Semi-standard magic and world building and things like that. I love all that nerdy stuff, if you will. So,
okay. Yeah. Nerdy stuff is fun. Nerdy stuff is cool. So, okay. The question I always love asking people is if you could go to dinner with anyone, dead or alive, who would it be?
That's a tough question. You told me beforehand you were going to ask me this, and I did not think about it at all, and I really should have.
We can come back to it too.
Let's come back to it. I want to think about that for a minute.
Okay, so now that you're sliding and you're here, what are your dreams like within sliding? Like, are you at a point in your career where you're like, I'm coasting, life is really good? Or are you like, no, I need and I want to be at this certain level?
I would definitely say the latter. I definitely want to be at a level that I'm not at right now, but I want to be more competitive in the sport. Let's say. I just competed in Nations Cup, and I want to more consistently be not competing in Nations Cup, I think, is the first goal I have right now.
I love that. Well, very cool. Okay, and did anyone come to mind for you? I guess we could start. Okay.
I'm going to go with Henry Cavill. He played The Witcher. He's a huge nerd, and apparently as an actor, which I love, so it'd be cool to poke his brain a little bit.
Fascinating. So you're like an intellectual. Like you are nerd, so smart, know so many things.
I don't know.
But you're sliding. I mean, there's a lot of smart people that are sliding too. I just love how two worlds combine into, and now you're here in Winterberg trying to win a medal this weekend. Where did this start to become to get into all that?
I mean, they rope you into luge when you're young, which is where it started. I did one of the White Castle slider searches that USA Luge had, and that's how I was recruited, and started when I was 11, I want to say. And fell in love with the sport from there, and slowly started doing it more and more, and competing and moving up in the ranks and all that. And before you know it, I'm 25 in Winterberg, Germany, competing in my fifth or sixth year at the senior World Cup circuit. Been to the Olympics, and every now and then you look back and you're like, I don't know how I got here.
Truly incredible. And I feel like that's so many stories with a lot of athletes is everyone gets into the sport a different way, and then everybody is so unique. It's not like everyone came from the same town. And so this is why I love doing Athlete of the Week, because you learn. I didn't realize that you were so into like fantasy and reading, and his dream is to have a house in the woods and put a library in there. I think that's so incredible. So anyways, is there anything you'd like to say to anyone watching back at home? Just anything.
Gotta Go Classic. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. How you guys doing? To my D&D group, I'm very excited to be playing again when I come back, so can't wait for that.
Was that Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes, it was.
Oh my gosh, I have so much respect for you. Dungeons and Dragons is so rad. Anyways, congratulations on being on the circuit now for how many years, and an Olympian. Johnny Gustafson with Team USA, an incredible athlete. Come say hi to him if you ever see him at the track.
Come say hi.
Okay, that was our athlete of the week, Johnny Gustafson, and I've changed scenery. I'm up here by the commentating booth. They're right inside. I'm going to come in there 1 second, but we just had to change things up because if you could see what I'm seeing, there's just not much happening at the finish. And I'm going to go talk to Elsa about the second run. They only have 2 minutes, so we're going to get in there really quick. Okay, hello, ladies. Hi, this is so fun. We had to change.
I'm going to listen for our 2-minute countdown because I'm uncertain. I feel like we have 15. We'll see.
Yeah, we've got about 2 minutes. They'll all hear it, and then we'll do it. We just had to change the scenery down there, so this is good. I don't know if we can see any. I'll relieve you of your duties. You've been talking a lot. You can hang, and we can just. You can get a little water break really quick. Yeah. But okay, first run. That was interesting. Germany winning, I think we knew that, but I'm loving that Austria has 3 sleds in the top 5. Kind of fun.
Yeah, we were expecting a Germany 1, 2, 3. It's a German track, German sleds. That would have been predictable. But the fact that we've only got 1 German sled in the top 3 and 3 different nations is so exciting. Austria, the youngest double, having a really good season, continuing that into this race as they're currently sitting in 2nd. And Bots and Plume, again, a young double. So exciting to see them doing so well.
So what about Egert Benneken? What happened that first run? I mean, I wasn't totally paying attention, but why are they so far down?
So that's what we were saying. We're not entirely sure. And if you saw the German coaches at the finish, they looked as confused as we did. So there may have been some skids, some small mistakes that we couldn't see from the cameras, but it also may have been a sled setup issue.
I just feel like I hear that a lot. Sled setup issue. But like, what does that even mean? Like, how do you describe, maybe this is where you would know, because Bree has a background in bobsled, so you know, and you've coached things. So sled setup, how can you describe that to a first grader that doesn't really understand what? Yeah, like I could never explain this to my parents, like what it even meant. So sled setup, when that's the reasoning, what does that mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's far more complicated in luge. We had far less room to make changes with skeleton, but essentially, you know, it's personalizing the athlete to the sled, to the conditions and the track, right? So you've got kind of 4 components there that every day you're kind of looking at going, okay, warm ice, I don't want to cut too much of that. So maybe, you know, so like for luge, what would you do with warm ice, Elsa?
So people will have different sets of steels for different tracks and different conditions. So they might have changed their steels compared to what they had on earlier in the week, but then make them rounder. Typically, you don't need so much grip on this sort of ice. You want a little bit rounder steels, but again, slightly less control.
Yeah.
It's that fine line. I was trying to describe it. It's like a spectrum. Like you either have speed with no control or slow with all the control. So like for you on your sled, what's like your preference?
In the middle. Really, and it depends on the track. The tracks I'm more confident on, I'll go with more speed, less control. The tracks that I have to drive harder, like Sigolda or Altenburg, or the tracks that I have a lot less experience on, such as the North American tracks, I might go for a slightly safer, slower setup, but aim for consistency.
This just sounds like a headache, honestly. It sounds like so much to think about.
Yeah, it's also kind of the universal answer when you're baffled. Oh, sled setup.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to let you guys go. You got to get ready for the World Feed. Thank you for letting me join you in this nice, cozy booth.
See ya.
This is the place to be.
This is the place to be.
Okay, technical difficulties. I'm telling you, we were trying advanced things by me running up here, so that probably would have been my fault that I'm asking so much of my crew, but they're getting ready for the World Feed in this cute little box. It's nice and toasty in here, but this is going to be our final luge run of the day, our final luge lauf of the day for our day 1 here in Winterberg. It's been exciting. We saw 2 German wins, Degenhardt and Rosenthal, one for doubles, and then we saw it with Max Langenhahn. So we'll see what happens. Wendell Arlt currently winning for the doubles team, but Austria could have a little kick in the pants here, so we'll have to see. So everybody go grab a snack, switch over to the live feed. We'll see you on the other side, and we'll be back afterwards, hopefully with so many interviews with so many athletes that want to talk to us, and we can get all the good deets on how the race went. So thank you so much for this FI Studio show. We'll be back after the race.
Minuten, 15 Minuten bis zum Start. Schnappatmung im Startbereich. 15 Minuten bis zum Start und Paul Senske, er hat heute stark angefangen. Er hat den Sieg von Jessica Degenhardt und Cheyenne Rosenthal vorhergesagt. Er hat vorhergesagt, dass Max Langenhahn das Ganze hier und heute gewinnen wird. Da hatte er immer recht. Und jetzt sind Eggert Benneken, sein Tipp aktuell nur, also nur ist immer relativ, wenn ich der 6. Beste der Welt wäre, würde ich mir das Ganze zu Hause im Fernsehen anschauen. Von daher, glaubst du, dein Tipp kann noch funktionieren, Eggert Benneken?
Nein, der kann auf keinen Fall mehr funktionieren. 25 Hundertstel Sekunden Rückstand auf Wendell Arlt, das ist schon eine Menge. Und naja, dann voller Linie. Muss ich leider zugeben.
Kann aber passieren, ich habe mich mit dem Bundestrainer tatsächlich unterhalten, mit Norbert Loch, und der hat gesagt, ein bisschen zu stumpf sozusagen, da auf die Kurve 4 draufgefahren und haben sich oben quasi gleich schon den Sprung genommen. Eggert Benneken und Tobias Wendel, Tobias Arlt, die führen nach diesem ersten Durchgang rund 14 Hundertstel auf Gerd Schöpf aus Österreich, und Tobias Wendel war gar nicht zufrieden mit seinem Lauf.
Ja, dann ist immer noch Verbesserungspotenzial, und ich gehe mal davon aus, dass im zweiten Lauf da ein sehr guter Lauf von den beiden gezeigt wird. Und ich bin davon überzeugt, dass die beiden heute hier gewinnen und dann auch in der Gesamtwertung des Weltcups in Führung gehen werden. Aber du hast ja recht gehabt, als in deiner Anmoderation bei dem Lauf von Gerd und Schöpf, den beiden ist alles zuzutrauen, und die haben hier richtig heute gut performt. Wie überhaupt die österreichischen Doppelsitzer, 3 an der Zahl unter den besten 5 nach dem ersten Lauf. Alle Ehre. Und was wir auch gesehen haben, dass die beiden Letten, Potz und Blume, auf Rang 3 liegen und gute Chancen haben, hier aufs Podium zu fahren.
Bei denen denke ich mir immer noch 1-2 Jahre Erfahrung dazu, und dann hätte ich als deutsches Doppel, egal wie ich heiße, langsam ernsthaft Angst.
Ja, das ist richtig. Gerade der Kollege aus Lettland, der hat eben auch gesagt, die beiden sind noch jung, die haben Potenzial, die sind ehrgeizig und die werden auch entsprechend gefördert, und vor allen Dingen, sie wollen.
Das ist tatsächlich oftmals mit das Entscheidende. Ganz, ganz viele Talente sind im Laufe der Jahre schlicht und ergreifend wieder verschwunden, weil es dann vielleicht vom Ehrgeiz, von der Einstellung, vom Willen her dann doch nicht so weit gereicht hat. Wir gehen davon aus, Paul, die Tobis ziehen es nach unten.
Die beiden schaffen es heute.
Dann ist das wunderbar. Dann vielleicht eine kurze Zusammenfassung des ersten Tages. Ich finde, das waren wunderschöne Wettkämpfe. Zuschauer hatten, glaube ich, auch Spaß. War okay, oder?
Ja, ich bin in der mitten in Bad der Ringe und die Zuschauer waren sehr, sehr zufrieden. Also es war hochklassiger Sport. Natürlich mit dem Sieg von Deliat und von Rosenthal aus lokaler Sicht ein Highlight, aber auch, was wir bei den Männern gesehen haben, die Dichte, die Spannung im zweiten Bergungslauf, das muss man sagen, das war Rennrodel, sagen wir ja, vom Allerfeinsten.
Und man sieht, Felix Loch und Max Langenhahn sind wirklich befreundet. Die verstehen sich bestens, teilen sich das Zimmer, wenn Felix Loch mal nicht gerade krank ist. Und da merkt man, da kommt mal einer nach, wo du weißt, das ist jetzt schon Weltspitze.
Das ist absolut wahr. Also der Langenhahn, der Max Langenhahn, in der Spur oder auf der Spur und in Begleitung von Felix Loch auf dem Weg nach Cortina 2026.
Und man muss ja auch sagen, Max Langenhahn hat noch immer eine verletzte Hand. Die ist nicht in Ordnung und trotzdem Startbestzeit im zweiten Lauf.
Das hätte er gestern auch gesagt, das Problem mit der Handputze, genauer gesagt, das hat er nicht korrigiert. Das ist noch nicht ausgestanden. Er hat immer noch Probleme, die sind zwar nicht mehr so gravierend, aber er hat die letzten 3 Weltcups hintereinander gewonnen. Seinen ersten Einsatz als Zweiter im Weltcup beendet. Also der Mann ist gut auf Zug.
So ist das. Wir freuen uns auf den zweiten Lauf. Doppelsitzer der Männer, der beginnt in 10 Minuten. Second Run will start in 10 minutes. Vielen, vielen Dank, Paul Senske. Wir sprechen uns morgen wieder, wenn wir dann zunächst einmal starten mit dem Einsitzerwettbewerb der Frauen. Danke dir.
Ich habe einen Anruf gekriegt aus Süddeutschland, und England hat sich beschwert. Und ich gesagt, ey, das sind Freunde! Warum spielt ihr kein Pur? Ja, machen wir doch, komm, hier!
Minuten bis zum Start. You're going to start in 5 minutes.
So, Endspurt.
Minuten sind es noch, dann geht der letzte Wettbewerb hier in die Entscheidung an diesem Tag. Wohlgemerkt 2 minutes and then we're gonna start the decision, the last competition of the day, men's doubles at the EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup 2023 in the Feldins Ice Arena Winterberg. 2 Minuten, 2 chinesische Laufläufe das Ganze und dann geht es weiter bis Tobias Tobias den Führenden nach dem ersten Durchgang. Wir sind sehr, sehr gespannt, ob sie den Vorsprung von knapp 1500 auf Katschef auch tatsächlich verteidigen können. Eine Minute bis zum Start. We're going to start in 1 minute. Taikeyi, Zhubayi und Hu Shuo from the People's Republic of China will be the first of the handles in this second run. Doppel im zweiten Durchgang am Start. Benjamin Peckney sind disqualifiziert worden. Die waren zu schwer. 17 doubles in the second round. They, Derek Peckney, got disqualified because their weight was too high. And now let's start in the second round. Peggy Chufa, track is clear. Zhubayi,
Tobias Wendel, Tobias Ahl, grandioser Sieg heute auch mit relativ deutlichem Vorsprung und das Winterberg scheint Ihnen zu liegen. Ist jetzt schon das dritte Mal in Folge, dass Sie gewinnen.
Sie haben das am Samstag viel schlecht werden, kurz vor Quart auch eingestellt und ja, 2 kleine Läufe, liegen am Start, also wunderbar.
So after the race, it went Germany, Germany, Latvia, and Austria. Another German. So it seems like Germany and Austria, they really flipped. There was 3 sleds of Austrians within the top 5 after the first run, and then now there's 3 sleds of Germany within the top 5. So they really made quite the swap for that. But congratulations to Tobias Wendel and Tobias Arlt for holding that lead. It really wasn't close for them, but this is the flower ceremony, and then we'll move into the anthem.
Wir beginnen mit dem, lass uns immer hochgehen, die beiden. Jetzt nicht schwätzen, hoch da, so, wunderbar. Der dritte Platz, the third place, aus Lettland, representing Latvia, Martin Spots und Robert Blume. Markus Brock erreicht wieder die Blümchen. Der zweite Platz, the second place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Tobias Sascha Benneken. Und die Sieger der erste Platz, winner and the first place aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Tobias Wendel und Tobias Ahl. Hier erkennen Sie, dass die beiden mit diesem Sieg zunächst einmal wieder die Führung im Gesamtweltcup übernommen haben, aber das bleibt spannend bis zum Weltcup in 2 Wochen hier wieder in Winterberg. Bleiben Sie noch bei uns, gleich gibt es noch die große Siegerehrung mit Nationalhymne und Medaillen. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, Ladies and Gentlemen.
Here is our overall. We're going to get another look at the overall standings. That includes sprint. This does not include sprint, but Wendel and Arlt, they took the yellow jersey, and then Egert Benneken with a close second. Germany is just so dominant. I mean, we're used to it. We know they're good at it. We'll see if they'll give us the second standings with the sprint, but you can see Egert Benneken have the world champion bib. That must feel good to have that. And then Wendel and Arlt were thrown the yellow jersey from on top of the stand. So we're getting ready for our medal ceremony coming right up.
Siegerehrung, Doppelsitzer der Männer, Award Ceremony, Men's Doubles. Der dritte Platz, the third place. Aus Lettland, representing Latvia, Martin Spots und Rodas Blume. Und hier gibt es die Medaille wieder von Markus Brock. Der zweite Platz, the second place, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Tobias und Sascha Benneken.
Ja, gut. Als sie runtergegangen haben. Ah, okay, perfekt. Ja, gut, alles gut.
Der erste Platz, die Gewinner, first place, the winners, aus Deutschland, representing Germany, Tobias Wendel und Tobias Ahl. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, Ladies and Gentlemen, zu Ehren der Sieger Tobias Wendel und Tobias Ahl darf ich jetzt um die Aufmerksamkeit für die Nationalhymne der Bundesrepublik Deutschland bitten. To honor our winners Tobias Wendel and Tobias Alt, please listen now to the national anthem of Germany. Die Sieger beim EBERSPÄCHER Rennroden-Weltcup in der Felddienst-Eisarena. Tobias Wendel und Tobias Alt, der zweite Platz Toni Eckert und Sascha Benneken und der dritte Platz Milan Martinsbos und Roberts Blume. Das war der Wettkampftag für heute. Wir sind morgen wieder für Sie da. 10:23 Uhr geht es los mit dem ersten Lauf der Frauen und am Nachmittag dann 4 Sprintrennen mit der Entscheidung im Sprint-Weltcup. Also wer Siegerehrungen mag, der ist morgen bei uns richtig. 9 an der Zahl werden.
Here's a good look. Toby is about to toss his flowers. One of the more fun parts of a race. They give their flowers out afterwards. But congratulations to the Tobys. Such great guys. Fun to have on tour. Just have great attitudes about sliding. Hello. I feel like I get to talk to you a lot, so this is so fun. Look at your gift.
Ooh, thank you.
Isn't this nice? It's alcohol free.
Yeah.
I know. Do you like alcohol free?
Yeah. We have one before, so we have already tasted.
Does it taste good?
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay.
Not better than Latvian beer, but it's okay.
Is Latvian beer the best?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is it you're like, yes, absolutely?
Because Latvian beer made in Latvia.
Yeah, that's true.
Latvians know how to make beer.
I believe that. I don't drink, but I trust you. I believe that that's real. Well, congratulations on bronze. Are you happy about this? I feel like you're so close to getting up there and to getting gold and silver, but bronze still looks good on you guys.
Yeah, it's our first time here getting the podium. Of course, we got trouble in the second round in the labyrinth curves, but in the end we are on the podium, so we are happy about the result, and we are looking forward to the Switzerland.
Well, have you been to Switzerland before?
Yeah, of course. We actually got there a few medals already.
Okay, so next week will be a good week. You're ready?
I hope so. We'll see. One step at a time.
Are you bringing out the really fast sled that has an engine and motors with it?
Funny question. We'll see.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. We're happy to have you. This looks great. I hope you enjoy your don't get too crazy. Yeah. Don't get too crazy with it.
Competition tomorrow, sprint race.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So sprint, what time are you guys back here tomorrow for sprint?
2 o'clock, I think.
Do you guys like the sprint?
Yeah, sometimes. We prefer the standard competition, but sprint is also opportunity to get a medal, so why not?
Yeah, it's another moment to compete. You make money with the sprint, which is nice. But that start curve, do you think that start curve will cause some problems for some people?
Yeah, in this week I saw a few problems there. Even we got there a lot of problems. We crashed once in the training, so it will be a major factor, sure.
Well, good luck tomorrow. Is there anything you want to say in Latvian back home?
Paldies visiem skatītājiem, sekojat līdz mūsu sacensībām. Jūs esat labākie.
Amazing. You did great. He does a great job. Yeah. Congratulations, guys. Have some fun. I just love the alcohol free. Toby, can you join me, or are you?
He is busy.
Your top man's busy, but you could join us. I love that this is alcohol free.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, I love it too.
It's new. I feel like normally,
Zero.
well, usually they give out the big the big things, right?
Yeah, the big things. Yeah, right. But yeah, it's nice. It's electrolyte, you know, for tomorrow.
Healthy, because
Healthy, yeah, correct.
I like that. Congratulations. It wasn't even close, really. I mean, I was watching the splits. I know we can't see the splits.
Okay, yeah.
Well, yeah, right there. It's almost half a second, which it must feel normal, but must feel great. We're talking about how huge your lead was. Did you?
Seen the split times?
Let's talk about them. Yeah, what do you see when you look at them?
Green.
Yeah, green. No, we feel good today. So at the beginning of the week, we saw that the weather forecast on Saturday is like
this.
And so the whole week we tested out some steels for this weather. And today we are very proud that we do this.
So do you think other athletes were thinking ahead like that, or do you think everyone was going day by day?
I think they.
Like, is this pretty that's a pretty boss move.
Yeah, we are old, you know. Now we're looking like 21. Roundabout. But yeah, we are experienced sliders, and we are checking the weather conditions. But I think other teams, they know that the weather is today the same. But I think we had the best setup for today and the best runs.
Yeah, you did great. So tomorrow the weather is
warmer.
And does that change your setup?
No.
No.
So same, or maybe we won't. We'll block that out of the interview so people don't.
Because it's so warm that he must cool a little. You know, you maybe you explain the spectators how it works with the cooling system, or?
Yes. Oh, with the track, the refrigeration.
Yeah. So
oh yeah.
When it's warm outside and cold, then it's similar to the day.
It's getting frosty.
It gets frosty, and so you're planning for frosty. Do you think they'll turn up the refrigeration?
It's not frosty. It's the top of the ice is soft and down is
frosty. How is it? It's colder, you know.
It's difficult to explain.
No, I understand.
Secrets, you know.
Yeah, it's the German secrets. We could do a
German secret.
we could do a whole master class. You know what master class is? We could do a master class with the Tobys just on ice. A master class is like when a professional teaches a class because they're so smart. Yeah, we could do that on ice with you guys.
Yeah, we can go to the track and then I explain you exactly how it works.
I could have used that in my career. I would have paid lots of money for that.
I think a little bit luck is also in this time with 4,300 ahead. So
you could call that luck or just that you're really talented.
Luck, good runs, luck, and the right setup.
And you got the yellow bib. That's got to feel good.
It feels very good again.
Yes, so do we wear that tomorrow during sprint?
Just with this last week, and so it looks very good, I think. So.
Yeah, so
yellow.
We wanted it back.
Yeah, yellow matches your eyes really well.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. Congratulations. We'll see you guys tomorrow for sprint. Don't party too hard. I know everyone's... Oh, but this is a good advertisement because look how strong the glass is. Wow. Go Veltons. Go Veltons is healthy. Electrolytes. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Oh, wow. Thank you. That was so nice of them. Amazing. Yeah. Have fun tomorrow. We'll see you back. Maybe we'll see you back on the podium with more alcohol free.
It's a little wet, and so this also, and yeah.
It's the weather's fault. It's hello, world champion. You guys have all the colors. Yeah, take one.
0.0, yes, then it's allowed for me.
It's because they knew you're racing tomorrow and they're trying to protect your health so you don't go too crazy tonight because you have sprint tomorrow. So they don't want to give you...
It's absolutely correct. And anyway, I can't drink alcohol, right? It's not good for the health.
I feel that. I'm the same way. I could sense that you guys, you were moving up a few spots. I know it probably wasn't the race day that you wanted, but still good news to get onto the podium after your first run, right?
I think from this what we had, we made the best. But yeah, in the end, I just can say like in the last training, you see that the sleds are super close together because the conditions are normal or good. And then there's race day, sure, weather is no one's fault. But I think they could try to fix the ice a bit better. It was super rough, and already after preparation was super rough, and you still saw the lines from the single race. And I think it's a bit like playing poker or something like that. It's not a fair race in my eyes. So we are super happy about this, that we could fix this a bit and change from 6th to 2nd position. But in the end, we would like to compete on a nice flat ice that for everyone it's real conditions, and how you slide and start is important and not just luck in the setup.
Do you think it matters that your race also was at the end of the day? Like, even though they'll spritz it between every race, but being the last race, yeah.
They shave the ice in the morning, maybe at 7 o'clock, and then there comes water, and after that the ice starts to grow like little ice flowers. Then they come the next spritz, and these ice flowers maybe get like this, but then it starts to grow again and much more and more and more. And now we were the last race these days, this day, and yeah, so we had maybe the most problems from all. So yeah, and then it's not maybe the sportive race we wish, but at the end the best is winning and the best setup, and also the best in sport was Wendell Alt today. And now we have to find a way for tomorrow to fix it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So tomorrow, will you change your setup, or will you keep the same setup?
It will be the weather. You know this.
Yeah.
Can you
ask the ice maker how the ice is? If he is trying to make it better, or just leave it like today.
So if you look at the weather and you come tomorrow, are you able to switch here at the track, or do you have to? Is it a big change where you have to do it the night before? Does that make sense? That question.
No, this question makes sense. We changed a lot between round number 1 and 2, and you saw was a big difference, right? But was still not enough. So we have to think about. But the problem is, what happens if we prepare for bad conditions like now, and tomorrow morning, or maybe when is our race, it will be shiny ice. So what do you do then? Crashing? It's a big risk, and we have to think about this. We have to check the weather again. And I just pray for it that this track crew will make the ice more smooth and flat for everyone. Then it's more fair in my eyes, but we just can say it years, but in the end we can't make the ice.
You just gave me a gift because you put me into your mind. Like I think a lot of viewers don't understand the athlete mind and like what it takes to do this properly, safely, and to win and do well. And so I feel like just getting into what you're thinking about the weather is really cool. So thank you for sharing that. And I see, obviously, you're world champions. I know you're really good at this, but I can imagine how frustrating it would be to be working with these types of conditions. So thank you for just giving us a little piece of your expertise, because I think it's so cool and awesome. But tomorrow's another day. We'll figure it out. We'll go home. You've worked hard today. Go home, get some food, have some of your beer, hang out, and then I think we will see how it goes tomorrow. I'm excited to see, and I think you guys will figure out what's best for you. You guys are some of the best in the sport, so I know that you'll figure it out. But is there anything that you'd like to say to anyone back at home that's been watching? Either one can.
So just thank you for cheering for us. It's best to know that so many people on the other side cheering for us and keeps their finger crossed for us.
You guys are very loved, okay? You're very loved. I'm sorry the day didn't go how you wanted, but you still did incredible, and tomorrow's a new day. So we'll check back in tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you so much, and cross fingers for tomorrow.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. See ya. Sasha Benniken, Tony Eggert. Incredible. That was fascinating. I'm sure as a past athlete, I am intrigued, and I wish I could just sit and ask them all these questions. As viewers, it probably didn't really mean much, but just how they were describing the ice is like truly masterclass type stuff. Like we're not really talking about ice quite like that, and you could just see the disappointment with Eggert and Benniken. So that was really fascinating. So anyways, I'm going to sit with that with my alcohol free tonight, and I'm going to think about everything that they said. But it was an incredible day. It was a long day. Everybody at the track, even the coaches were like, this was a long day. The fans thought it was a long day because they headed out immediately. So this wraps up our day 1. We'll be back tomorrow with day 2. The women start at 10:20 local time. So you know your FIL studio show will be on half an hour before 9:50 with our day 2. So we've got women, and then we have sprint, and we're handing off an overall title. We're giving out a globe tomorrow. So everybody go home, get some rest. It's been long, and we will be back tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for joining us. My name's Kate Hansen, and this was your FIL studio show.